Bonjour.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Ministerial Conference for a Europe of Health, an independent, competitive, and innovative Europe of health. My name is Annette Burgdorf. I'm a Franco-German journalist, and I'm delighted to be here to moderate the discussions of the day. Welcome, all of you. You're here in very large numbers at the Paris Santé campus. We're fortunate enough to be able to organize this meeting in person on site, but we also have many participants that are connected remotely. And it's a hybrid conference, so welcome to all of you, those who are here on site and those who are connected remotely. We're going to be spending the day together. We're going to be thinking together about how to build the health Europe of the future. We've got roundtables, we've got workshops and some formal speeches. And this morning, we're going to be focusing on the priorities to be defined so as to be able to maintain our health sovereignty and the ways of building a healthcare industrial policy. And this afternoon, we're going to have a series of workshops so that we can delve a little bit deeper into the subjects we will be discussing this morning. Obviously, you are free to ask questions throughout. You can ask them directly from the room for those who are here. We have roving microphones, but also for those who are attending remotely, there is a question link. I believe that you received that together with the invitation to the conference. And of course, we'll try and answer as many questions as possible in the time allotted to us. The languages spoken are French and English and a tiny bit of Spanish as well. And there are headsets available for you for interpretation. So off we go. Let's have the official opening of the conference with Agnès Pannier-Runacher, who's the Delegated Minister of Industry. And she's here with us to give the opening address. Good morning, everybody. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be able to open this ministerial conference on the healthcare sector. This has been organized in the frame of the French Presidency of the Council of the European Union. I would like to thank all of the speakers who've come from all over Europe to take part in workshops and roundtables at a very specific point in the history of our continent. I know that each and every one of you have many duties and responsibilities and that you're working flat out dealing with the situation in Ukraine. I would like to thank the European Commissioners, dear Thierry and Stella, and the ministers who'll be speaking today. Why did we decide to set aside a whole day of the French presidency to the healthcare sector and bring together major European decision makers from the sector itself, researchers, business, politicians, decision makers? Well, I think it's clear. Healthcare is a strategic sector for our sovereignty and for the well-being of our populations. The pandemic clearly highlighted how vulnerable we are. There were shortages and tensions on supply chains 2 years ago, and this showed how very dependent we are. 80% of active principles that we consume in Europe are actually produced outside the European Union, mainly in China and India, and 1 molecule in 6 is no longer produced at all in Europe. So we're very vulnerable, and this vulnerability could get even worse if the European Union, the member countries, don't react. Nor should we lose sight of 2 major challenges. First of all, the revolution of therapy, predictive and customized medicine, biotherapies and bioproduction. For instance, we need to do everything possible to ensure that the European Union and its member countries be the leaders in terms of innovation in these fields, and that's far from the case at the moment. The second challenge is that the COVID crisis should not lead us to forget there are other challenges in terms of healthcare, equally important, for instance, antimicrobial resistance. These risks can arise at any point in time and have repercussions worldwide. So we need to act together to lessen our vulnerability, to make sure that we are in the lead when it comes to gene and bioproduction therapies, to help our populations and to protect ourselves against new health risks that can have global repercussions. We won't manage alone. France cannot act alone, nor can Germany or Sweden or the Netherlands or Poland or Spain. I'm quoting those countries because they were part of the Joint Committee on Vaccines. They got together in order to steer the vaccine supply program. But individually, we're not going to manage this, and we haven't succeeded individually. It's because we worked together with the support of the other member countries of the European Union. And this is why the deployment of healthcare cooperation strategy is one of the priorities of the French Presidency of the European Union. How can we do this in the frame of the pandemic in particular? Well, a number of initiatives have been launched by the European Union. The Commission, for instance, acted in concrete terms to strengthen our healthcare sector by supporting major innovative projects within the frame of Horizon Europe. We've also initiated a European plan to fight cancer. This is something that will be discussed in the roundtables, in particular with Véronique Trier-Lenoir, MEP, who has been very closely involved in this project. The idea is to define a whole new approach in terms of prevention, treatment, and care for cancer patients, with putting an emphasis on research and innovation. Finally, the European Commission announced in September last year the setting up of the HERA, the Health Emergency Response Agency. Pierre Delceau is with us today, and he is in charge of making this agency authority operational. This authority has a budget of 6 billion euros. It's supported by France. It provides a European response to the challenge of being able to manufacture critical medical devices, medicines, active ingredients, so that we can rise to the challenge of any future health crisis. We need to scale up. We need to scale up in terms of industrial cooperation in the healthcare sector. For more than 6 months now, at the initiative of France, we've been working with member countries in defining a major project, important project for common European interest. You remember Airbus semiconductors, electric batteries. Well, it's now the term of healthcare. This is yet another tool in the whole battery of measures to confront the health crisis, is IPCEI. We are going to be announcing with 50 member countries our determination to have industrial cooperation in the healthcare sector. We're going to be signing a manifesto today which will lay the foundations of this initiative. We will define the perimeter, the scope, and the timescale. The idea is to invest massively so as to strengthen our value chains in terms of disruptive technologies for the future of healthcare in Europe and improving patients' access to healthcare. It's not just research and development, it also goes through to industrialization, because industrialization is a factor of innovation. The scope are 3 major topics which everybody recognizes as being strategic for healthcare in Europe. The development of innovative production technologies and processes with low carbon, of course, included in that. Innovation in strategic issues such as avoiding antimicrobial resistance, helping with rare diseases and coping with future pandemics. The idea here is really a focus on innovation, and finally the development of gene and cell therapies. I think that we're all aware of recent innovations, and we need to become one of the leading players. With the signature of the manifesto, we are choosing cooperation, working together so that we're not dependent on imports of crucial products. If we were to be vulnerable in this way, we might not be able to ensure our patients can have access to these innovative treatments in a reasonable time frame. What is the timescale for this project? The idea is to ensure that as many member countries as possible can be involved. Together with the European partners, we've begun to pre-notify our projects to the European Commission as of, we're going to do this as of June 2022 under the French Presidency, and then a second wave in October this year. We hope to have a second wave at the end of the year with pre-notification in other structural areas which have merged in the discussions we've had together. For instance, medical devices, biotech, and also digital health. France will take part fully in this new stage for a European healthcare sector. Indeed, we are reiterating our wish to invest 1.5 million euros in projects within the IPCEI. We have taken a fresh look at our healthcare ecosystem, and we've already received some 300 applications, very high quality. That's amazing. That's better than we could legitimately have expected. And in this field that we have received the most applications. These are applications from all kinds of companies, including startups, SMEs, intermediate companies, and also some large companies, stretching across a wide range of innovative treatments, and this reflects the whole sector that's ready to develop and has really broken through the innovative wall. We're supporting a number of projects, so we will present these as of the first wave in June 2022. This is a continuation of the action since 2017 to promote investment and innovation in the healthcare sector in order to make sure that we do not continue to decline in terms of market share, as we have been over the last 30 years. We really need to change that trend, that long-term trend, and the French president has really taken a number of bold decisions, they're brave decisions, and taken risks in order to change the tide of events. We've supported more than 380 projects, relocating production of health products. They're not all innovative. Some of them are just capacities, building capacities. And we're also looking ahead. We're going to be setting aside 7.7 billion euros so that our country will be able to rise to the medical challenges of the future between now and 2030. So I'm extremely proud to be here today and to announce the signature of the manifesto for the launch of European cooperation in the healthcare sector. Innovation in healthcare is crucial for the future of Europe, for our economy, for our companies, for our jobs, but it's also crucial for the healthcare workers and the patients. Signing this manifesto shows clearly that we wish to affirm a strong ambition to work together as Europeans because we have so many challenges ahead. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much indeed, Minister, for those introductory words. And without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Thierry Breton, the European Commissioner for the Internal Market, who unfortunately was unable to travel here today, but has sent us a video recording. Commissioner Kyriakides, dear Stella, Minister Pannier-Runacher, dear Agnès, Minister Véran, dear Olivier, ladies and gentlemen. For the last 2 years, we've been going through an unprecedented crisis. We all know this. The latest figures on the pandemic indicate at long last that there may be some light at the end of this very long tunnel. Europe is confronted with a new tragedy, a heinous assault on peace and stability on our very borders. Obviously, our thoughts at the moment are with all the Ukrainian people, which is fighting with admirable bravery. After 2 years of pandemic, today's conference is a reminder of how much we need to work together to enhance the resilience of the whole health ecosystem. We've learned a lot during this pandemic. We've seen how vulnerable we are. We've learned how to reduce that vulnerability. We've also learned that we have unsuspected resources. We were able to mobilize our forces and to deploy in record time our industrial healthcare ecosystem in particular, so as to rise together to the challenge of mass vaccination. And we can see the outcome of this. The European Union is the leading world producer of RNA messenger vaccines. We produce 3 billion doses for the European people, but also for the entire world. Today, Europe needs to make sure that this achievement can be maintained over the longer term. And that's the whole point of setting up HERA, the Health Emergency Response Authority, which is actually the logical follow-up of the work that's already been started. In this framework, we need to have very close and permanent contacts with the pharmaceutical industry, so that we have a real-time understanding of the production capacity available, but also so as to be able to predict any coming production shortages. Joint forum for industrial cooperation is going to be set up with that in mind over the coming months. We need to better identify our dependency on foreign supplies, and this is at the heart of the healthcare strategy that I support in today's world. This is absolutely essential for many reasons. I invite you today to continue the endeavors that have already been launched. The healthcare ecosystem, more than ever before, is at the very heart of supply chain geopolitics. I think that we all remember the situation encountered early on in the pandemic and how we had last year to redefine the balance of power. I think we have to speak frankly here in record time with our friends and partners in the US, with a mechanism to control our exports, because they were stopping us from exporting our own products in our own European factories set up in the United States. We had to do that product by product, just so that we could guarantee the continuity of our own vaccine supply chains on both sides of the Atlantic. And it was really difficult to do, but we managed it. And I think that this new balance of power has to be institutionalized. We need to work in close partnership, obviously, but we also need to develop our own strengths and maintain them whenever necessary, because what's at stake is our very autonomy. In this context, I know that I can count on your commitment, each and every one of you, to ensure that that is done. The resilience of our healthcare ecosystem also means that we need to reassert industrial leadership in this sector. The important project of common European interest on health will help to find public and private funding in disruptive technology where the market itself cannot really bring about this transformation. We need to further develop our pharmaceutical industry to make it greener, cheaper, more effective, and this is obviously a key component, which will we also need to relocate the production of some components and medicine back to Europe. I would like to highlight the ambition and the political commitment of member countries, which will actually be demonstrated clearly by the signing of the manifesto for the IPCEI in health. The European Commission, and I'm here to testify to this, will continue to facilitate the implementation of this project, and we will remain by your side. Thank you.
Grand merci à Thierry Breton.
Many thanks to Thierry Breton for these introductory words. As the Minister said, France is indeed coordinating this industrial initiative, which is a very large-scale one, which is the Health IPCEI. Let me remind you, it's a tool that makes it possible to give support to the industry throughout the EU on the basis of a public-private partnership in order to support major projects, R&D, right through to the initial industrial rollout. And today, we're seeing the official launch of the Health IPCEI with the signing of a joint declaration, the manifesto. The signatories undertake in this context to respect not only the actions but also the timeline for the initiative. There are a number of signatory states who have been good enough to join us today, and other ministers who will be joining us remotely, and it's possible for them to sign in this way. Here we are. We can see them on the screen. Many thanks to all of you for having joined us for the signing of the Health IPCEI. We'll begin the ceremony. Agnès Pannier-Runacher, the Minister of Industry for France. I would invite you to come up and sign the manifesto, please.
Voilà, montrez-nous.
Yes, please show it to us. Thank you. We're checking. Thank you very much, Minister.
Mrs. Reyes-Maroto, Minister for Industry, Commerce and Tourism. Could you please come on stage and sign? Merci, merci.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll continue with Belgium. Thomas Telmine, Secretary of State at federal level, representing Hilde Krevits, Willy Borsus, and Barbara Tracht, Ministers for Economy at regional level. Belgium, please, if you'd be good enough to step up and sign.
Merci.
Many thanks.
Now the Greek Secretary General for Industry, Mrs. Thomas Aftichidou, by delegation for Mr. Spiridon Adonis Georgiadis, Minister of Development and Investments. Thank you. Donc nous allons
We will now continue with the ministers who are connected that you can see on the screen. Austria, the Director General, Florian Feuscher.
Federal Minister for Digital and Economic Affairs. So, ich lasse Sie jetzt unterschreiben und zeigen Sie vielleicht kurz Ihre
Perhaps you'd be good enough to sign and then show us your signature. Many thanks. We can see that very clearly for Austria.
Susgaard, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Business Affairs, on behalf of Mr. Simon Kollerup, Minister for Industry, Business and Financial Affairs. Voilà, c'est à vous. Your turn. Formidable. Thank you. Great. For Hungary, now with Mr. Gyula Tibor, Deputy State Secretary for Innovation. Bravo, merci, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Voilà, for Ireland right now, Dr. Ole Quinn, Secretary General of the Department of Enterprise, Trade and Employment, by delegation for Leo Varadkar Tanist and Minister for Enterprise, Trade and Employment. So, merci. For Italy, now Mr. Giovanni Tria, former Minister of Economy and Finance and Special Advisor to Minister Giancarlo Giorgetti, Minister of Economic Development, by delegation for him. So, for Italy. Okay, can you show? It's done. Okay, thank you. Now, Latvia, please. Mr. Ilse Lori, Executive State Secretary for Economics, and Edmund Valentis on his behalf for Latvia. Here. C'est la Lituanie.
Head of Innovation of the Ministry of Economy by delegation.
Okay. Pour Lituanie.
Au prochain. C'est pour le prochain.
Oui. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So next we move to Lithuania with Rikardas Valenciukas, Head of Innovation of the Ministry of Economy, by delegation of Ausrin Amonate, Minister of Economy and Innovation. Thank you, great. Luxembourg is our next guest, Mr. Tom Teves, premier conseiller du gouvernement par délégation.
Government Councillor, delegation for the Minister of the Economy. Luxembourg, please.
Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Annie van Diemen Stenvoorde, Director General Curative Care on behalf of the Ministry of Health, Welfare and Sport. So for the Netherlands, I hand over to you for the signature. Great, thank you. Let's move to Poland. Mr. Mariusz Jerzy-Golecki, Under Secretary of State, Ministry of Economic Development and Technology. Fantastic, great, thank you. And for Slovenia, Mrs. Polona Rifalji, State Secretary on behalf of Mr. Stradogo Spoci Valsak, Minister of Economic Development and Technology. Great, thank you. So please stay connected for the picture of the group, and I would like to ask the ministers who signed here on site for the picture of the group. So just perhaps you can on the right and on the left side of the screen for the picture. Oula, yo, don't. Pay attention. Voilà, revenez s'il vous plaît pour la photo. Attendez. No, come, please. Just, yes, exactly. so that we can see everyone behind on the screen? Bravo. Merci.
Thank you very much. The manifesto is hereby signed. Thank you to the Minister, Ms. Pannier-Runacher, and all of the other ministers. That was a real undertaking, to a fantastic commitment to Europe's autonomy, independence in the health sector. I will ask you, Minister, to step up again shortly, because you'll be starting off the first roundtable. We need a few minutes to get the stage set precisely for the first roundtable. So I would ask you all to be patient for a few minutes. We're coming over live, and that's why we need a few minutes to sort this out. Thank you. So let's continue our program and begin with the first roundtable. We're going to be talking about the priorities among all of the initiatives in Europe to ensure our health sovereignty. The COVID crisis has really made us all the more aware of the vulnerability of the supply chains and our structural dependence on Asia, particularly China. Before the crisis, 80% of active ingredients, pharmaceuticals, came from China and India. 40% of drugs sold in the European Union were imported. So to introduce this subject, I'll give the floor now to the Minister María Reyes Maroto, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Tourism.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues and participants in this important conference. If I may, I would like to devote my first words of support and sympathy to the people of Ukraine. I want to tell them they're not alone. Spain and the European Union are supporting Ukraine in defending its territorial integrity, legality, democracy, and national sovereignty. This is a war that threatens the security of the European Union and its allies, and we have to respond as we are doing with unity and determination. In a very short space of time, Europe has had to deal with extreme challenges. Doubtless, the pandemic was one of the most important of them. The COVID-19 crisis has revealed the fragility of global value chains and the need to reinforce our strategic independence. We had scarce resources for coping with the pandemic. In order to protect our people from the virus in Spain, we had to redirect production lines in a number of industrial sectors in order to produce masks, respirators, and gel. And the response of Spanish industry was exemplary. We were able to save many lives. But perhaps the best example, which illustrates the importance of having strong industry, is our ability to speed up the production of vaccines in Spain and Europe, which enabled us to put a brake on the virus. And here, let me commend the work done by Thierry Breton in ensuring that we had strong vaccine distribution across Europe. Also, Spain played a very active role in a number of initiatives by the EU aimed at reinforcing the European health mechanism resilience, such as the pharmaceutical strategy by the EU, the industrial strategy of the EU, EU for Health, and the European Space of Health Data, and HERA, the Health Emergency Response Authority. As you know, in March of 2020, the Commission set out the basis of a European industrial strategy supporting the double transition towards digital and ecological economy, reinforcing the EU's industrial competitiveness at global level. And this is a strategy which defines 14 key industrial ecosystems supporting health. In this context, the Health IPSE that we've all signed today will reinforce the strategic resistance and independence of the EU in health. It's a project that will give us a coordinated strategy at EU level and which will stimulate innovation and the access to health assistance for our people. For the government of Spain, health is a priority in our agenda for recovery, and we presented what we call a PERTI, a strategic plan for economic recovery and transformation. This makes Spain a leader in terms of innovation and the development of cutting-edge therapies. We will be supporting the launch of personalized, precise medicine. We'll be developing a national digital health system, and this is a project which involves about 1.5 billion euros invested from 2021-2023 in order to finance projects for industrial innovation and sustainability in pharmaceuticals and health products. And one of the things that we have done to ensure this is finance projects for development, digitalization, modernization of industrial capability, and support supply chain in switching to diagnostic innovation in therapy, all of this being of high value added for our citizens. So this is something that will speed up the transformation of the health sector so that we can rise to the new challenges and also reinforce our industrial independence, because the health emergency has showed that we need to have adequate production capabilities of certain key resources to meet future crises. In Spain, we have included new action item in our national security strategy, the industrial capacity reserve. The aim is to go beyond simply the supply chain and ensure that we have essential goods on our production lines. In conclusion, let me say that Spain is fully committed to the Health IPSE, which seeks to increase Europe's industrial autonomy, and doubtless will be an area in which we will be very active in. There are 14 signatories, and this is a project that Spain is fully committed to and will be doing everything to support. Thank you all very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your introductory comments for our roundtable. We are now going to look in greater detail at these issues with our 4 guests that have experience in different areas of managing COVID-19. We have Véronique Trieux-Lenoir, Jean-Maître Pariato, and Carl Rottier. Thank you all for being with us today. I think it would be best if you could just briefly introduce yourselves before we go into questions. So, Véronique Trieux-Lenoir, You're a cancer specialist, and you are part of the Renew Europe Party. You are on the Public Health and Food Health Commission. Sean Marat, you are from BioNTech. Everyone knows BioNTech today, of course. And you joined the company in 2012. Prior to that, you worked for GlaxoSmithKline and Pfizer in marketing and other management positions. Pierre Delceau, you are general manager of HERA. That's to say, the plan to deal with health crises. You also worked for the European Commission as Deputy DG of Health. And Carlo, you are CEO of Europe. You market active pharmaceutical principles, and you have worked in Europe, but elsewhere, Singapore, for example. Then you joined BASF, and then more recently, you moved to another position. Thank you all very much. So let me remind you, to those listening, that you will be able to ask questions, whether in the room or online. So the COVID-19 pandemic completely turned upside down our known world, in particular in health. And European countries are now lifting restrictions. Other countries like Australia are opening up. So some people are saying that's the end of COVID. So let me start this roundtable with the first question for everybody.
Make a first round about the lessons we can learn from the COVID crisis. So what are they? And I would like to start with you.
I take the mic?
Yes.
You have a day because there are quite some things.
No, it's just an introduction.
Perhaps it's also good to mention, first of all, most of you might not know EuroAPI, but EuroAPI is actually the active pharmaceutical ingredient division of Sanofi, which we decided to spin out of Sanofi 2 years ago, and where we are completely on track to really spin that out. Now, what did we learn over the last couple of years already? Because there was a tendency that already started before the pandemic happened. First of all, we all need medicines. Yeah? It's not that always new medicines will be invented, but we also need the traditional medicines which are already a long time there. What we saw happening over the last couple of years already is that regularly we were confronted with issues in the supply chain. And I must say, it's not only about APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients that you talk, but you talk also about intermediates. You talk also about raw materials, where the tendency was indeed that a lot of companies went to the East to source these raw materials, intermediates, and also APIs. Now, especially during the pandemic years, we were confronted with quite some hiccups in that supply chain. And there, I think it is essential to say that we as Europe, and I specifically talk about Europe, we have a large tradition of producing APIs. We have a very large tradition in France, in Italy, in Spain. What happened with the patent cliff and a lot of generic molecules that really were there since, let's say, the years 2000, it went to the East. But mostly there, and that's where also the figure of 80% comes from, large volume commoditized generics. We still have in Europe a very large base of complex chemistry, biologics. We as EuroAPI have our 6 manufacturing sites in Europe. And we really focus also here on the complex chemistry part. So what is there essential to say is that The essential medicine list that was developed by the WHO is for me actually a leading list, because here we need to make sure as an industry, and I really am convinced that we need to take our responsibility as industry, that we are able to produce that, to produce those molecules on that essential medicine list. But not only the APIs for that, also the intermediates and the entire supply chain. And that's why I think it is important that we learned that we need to have that supply chain really under control. And sometimes as Europe, we really do underestimate the strength that we have in technology, in innovation, and in assets, industrial assets, which are there to cope with that. That would be my introduction.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Pierre Delceau.
Pierre Delceau, I think it's fair to say that Europe has made great steps forward in health in terms of working together. And one of the most recent initiatives is the launch of HERA. What lessons do you draw from this period? Well, let me start by saying good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Our time has stopped on the clock in front of me. I hope that doesn't mean that real time has stopped. But I think what you said is very important. I think the first takeaway from this is that health is fundamental. One cannot ignore health, and we cannot not invest in health. And what's happening in Ukraine today and the surrounding countries shows that health is vital importance. So health should never be overlooked. And I think that we ourselves tend to forget some things because we move on to the new issues. We have to evolve, fair enough, but we should never forget the importance of health. The second key message that I think we are all aware of during the pandemic, and we can see also with Cancrem, is solidarity. I think it's quite clear that we can only make progress if we move forward together, all of us, all member states, with the European Parliament, of course, but also with industry and our populations. I think this idea of solidarity is of key importance and absolutely vital to moving forward. And another thing we have to stress, and which is why I'm delighted to have witnessed the signing of the IPSI today, is that we can't be taken seriously unless we make serious investments. We need to invest in R&D, in industry and products. So this is a very clear takeaway from COVID. We were able to respond, but don't forget that to start with, first few weeks and months, things were tough. Took us time to get going. So we should never be in that situation again in the future. We have to be ready. We have to invest. And I think this is why the Commission, with the support of the Member States and the European Parliament, decided on HERA so that we can be there and together think forward, plan forward, and be ready for any future crisis, which unfortunately I have to say will happen. No one knows when the next health crisis will be. We hope it's as far away as possible. But all the specialists say one of these days we will have another health crisis, so we have to be ready, and that means starting now. Thank you very much.
Introduction. What are your lessons learned?
Pierre. And one of the things that I really learned from the pandemic was the astounding cooperation in Europe between the Commission, the European Parliament, and industry, us. I've never experienced it in my life before. It was quite an incredible, and I'm still humbled as I think about it, because it really helped us as we develop our vaccine. We had an idea in January 2020, and through discussions with the scientists in the governments, the regulators, and the Commission, we were able to develop our product in 11 months. And I honestly today don't believe we would have achieved that without the complete cooperation of everyone. And that was certainly a lesson that I would love to repeat in the future. With respect to Europe itself, I do believe that we have the science in Europe that is equal in excellence to anywhere else in the world. Where we need to improve is in the relationship between public and private enterprise. It is a long-term investment. Our company is 14 years old. For the first 6 years of our life, we had no website. We just did science, investment in platform, which of course benefited us when it came to the pandemic because we had a lot of the basic science ready, which helped us with the regulators. Because when you have a new technology, no one has a comparison. And we were able to show from our cancer research how our mRNA could work, and that was helpful. But it required time, 6 years of pure research, and that's as a company. There were many years before that in Europe of basic research and in the United States. And I think as we progress forward, this is something we have to consider in Europe. And the third thing is it is important to maintain the very strong patent structure that we have in Europe. This is a driver of innovation. If you look at the reports just before Christmas, it was widely reported in Germany that BioNTech contributed 0.5% of the GDP of Germany in 2021. This shows you that innovation not only provides benefits to us all in healthcare, but it also raises the standard of living for our citizens. And therefore, this is something through the patent system we should continue to encourage. Thank you.
Thank you. Véronique Trier-Lenoir.
Véronique Trier-Lenoir, what are your lessons learned? Well, every Friday morning when the European Parliament is closed, I work in a large French hospital. And on that basis, I can tell you that it's not new to see that drug supply lines can dry up. Every week, we've got some problem about stock depletion. We never know why, but we see this happening. The health crisis, like all crises, has just highlighted a problem that was already there. And a tragic analogy is that we know that Europe progresses through crises, and what happened in health is now happening in defense. So we weren't well prepared. We were optimistic enough to think that we were safe. We had the tools, but we didn't really know where to go and get them. We just made things up as we went along, and Thierry Breton was very imaginative, and the health industry was hugely resilient and imaginative. But let us remember the risks of shortage are still there, and this will affect us during health crises and others. So let's get ready for the future, as you have said. And yes, these are crises that might be about health. They might be environmental crises or nuclear crises. As we speak, remember, there isn't a single iodine capsule around European pharmacies. We try to anticipate risks that we hope will never come to be, but let us never forget what has happened, and we need to build a strong, robust Europe of health based on innovation, sovereignty, solidarity, and cooperation. And I hope we can come back to these various issues in the future. Thank you.
Routier shortage has been one of the main issues during the COVID crisis. It's still an issue. So 2020, the ANSM, French National Agency for Health Safety of Medicines and Health Products, recorded almost 2,500 reports of stock stoppages and risk of shortages. This is 6 times higher than reports 4 years ago. So what do you think? How can we go further and prevent a risk of shortage beyond simple crisis episodes when it comes to medicines of major therapeutic interests? And what do you think should be the next steps taken by the European Commission?
Okay, thank you. I would like to divide this point in two big topics. So first of all, what we do as companies really is highly focused on quality, reliability, and sustainability. And there, huge investments are necessary. They are. Because we, first of all, need the highest quality in our APIs that we are producing. And logically so, because in the end, these are medicines and you need to take them. We need to take them when we are ill. Reliability, and that's where I already referred to when we were talking about supply chain. We need to really be able to supply our customers. Our customers, and I'm talking about now an API producer, our customers are the drug makers, who make the pills and the tablets. They participate in tenders. These tenders also are often prescribed by countries or by national health authorities. You need to be able to supply. Otherwise, you also face huge penalties. So, and then sustainability, everything that we do regarding our wastewater, yeah, we need to safeguard the highest environmental standards in this. I think that the European Commission, European Union can really support us much more in also prescribing that for all the molecules or all the intermediates which are also imported into Europe, which is not always the case, so that you are not competing with the exact same weapons. Secondly, the second big bucket for me is focus on technology and focus on innovation. I really completely agree also with Sean that he says IP protection, intellectual property protection, is of the utmost importance. Technology that we have in-house is not only there to produce the molecules that we are currently producing, but a lot more molecules can be produced with that same technology. So we really need to make sure that we, and that's where Pierre comes in, if you really identify those essential medicines which really need to be always taken care of, you identify the technology of the different companies in Europe as well who already have that, and you can identify who can produce it, then we as Europe really make huge steps. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Pierre Delceau, donc...
Pierre Delceau, in April 21, HERA was set up by the European Commission. The purpose of this is to better prepare for crises and be able to respond together more quickly. What do you think are the necessary prerequisites for HERA to be successful in meeting those objectives? The first objective is to carry on working together. What does that mean? It means shared determination by member countries and the industries to work together. Why? Because this worked well, and it's still working well, even in the case of the crisis in Ukraine. A collective approach, we all sit round together around the table, civil society, industry, and member countries. This is a major component. A second component of success for HERA is investment, money. You need money We need to carry on investing. HERA needs to be able to continue to invest in a whole range of measures. The third component, which hasn't been mentioned so far, we're very focused on the situation in Europe, of course, but one of the lessons of the crisis is that we live in a global world. We can't afford to ignore what's happening elsewhere in the world. And this, to my mind, is something that has to be taken into account when preparing for the future. We have to take that on board, the global dimension. When I say the global dimension, I mean developed partner countries like the US, but we should not forget cooperation and support with poorer countries, in particular in Africa, which is significant. I know it's not the subject of the debate today, but we mustn't overlook this. I mentioned solidarity when I took the floor first. It's something that's not underscored sufficiently. Europe was by far the continent that showed most solidarity with the rest of the world, particularly Africa. We donated many vaccines, but we never banned vaccine exports, unlike the US. In other words, we accepted that vaccines produced in Europe be sold to third countries. And I remember the thanks, I didn't do very much really myself, but the thanks I got from countries like Canada and Mexico, neighboring countries of the US. At the beginning of the health crisis, the only source of vaccines for them was to buy them in Europe. It's a bit ironic, really, isn't it? So let us not forget that. And regarding HERA, the global international dimension is key. And one final point, which is very linked to everything that's been said, investing in research. We have to develop new technologies. As Sean explained, we have the idea that COVID vaccines suddenly came out in just a couple of weeks, and this gave rise to all these conspiracy theories on the social network. All of this was invented in the woods, somewhere in the depths of Germany or something. Of course, this is completely wrong. It didn't take a couple of weeks. It was the outcome of long-term investment in fundamental research initially, and then more advanced research that led to development. And it's only then that you can actually produce these vaccines. So let's not forget the time scale. We need to invest in research now if we want to come up with something useful in time. It's like space. I used to work in space. Well, in space, the time lag is 10, 15 years, and let us never lose sight of that. Could I come back to budget money? You said we need money, but HERA has a budget of 6 billion euros. That's a lot of money, or do you think it's not enough? No, I wasn't complaining about the size of HERA's budget. If you want to, this is your opportunity. Obviously, if the Parliament or member countries are prepared to give us a few extra billions, then great. But that wasn't my point. What I was getting at is that, yes, you've got the budget that HERA will be managing and investing. It's significant, of course. If you look at pre-crisis situation in the US, BARDA had $1 billion a year. That was the budget there. So we're around the same level. But we need to have a collective approach. We need to globalize budgets. When HERA was presented, an attempt was made to explain that HERA has its own budget of 6 billion, but in the European budget there are many other investments which will help us prepare for crises and which are also essential. A concrete example here. If regional funding is given to develop more modern hospitals with frontline technology, that will help us prepare for a coming crisis as well. So it's not just investing in vaccines. It's not just, sorry, Sean here, but it's not just investing in vaccines. It's not just investing in treatment. It's also investing in fundamental structures like hospitals. And the more member countries do this, the more we do this, the better armed we will be for the future. I think that Madame Trier-Lenoir would like to respond here, but I would like to just ask you a follow-up question. Should we not broaden this to other therapies? In Europe, whenever something good happens, nobody talks about the progress that's been achieved, but they immediately say what needs to be done extra. EU FAB is going to exist, and that in and of itself is an excellent piece of news. What is EU FAB? Not everybody is familiar with this. It's funding of production capacity reserves to produce vaccines in the future. What we noted at the beginning of the crisis, that was technology that was available, but the production capacity wasn't always in place. So during a period of peacetime, to prepare for a crisis, you need to boost companies' ability to produce more vaccines when needed. We've talked about vaccines an awful lot, of course, because we realize that vaccines are something that can be scaled up quite quickly, but then there's other therapies, for instance, and it's only now that we're beginning to think that we might have some efficacious medicine against COVID. That takes more time, but let's please congratulate ourselves on setting up EU FAB, which is an improvement, it's a step forward. And then, of course, we need to look to the future and do better still. Okay, yes, step by step. And we need to take time to congratulate ourselves on what good has been done. Ms. Trier-Lenoir, you continue to work as a doctor, you said it yourself, and so you out there in the field. Do you think that Europe is now equipped with a toolbox that is effective, that will help us to prepare for crises and threats, guarantee production capacity, and also to reduce risks of bottlenecks in supply chains and the risk of shortages? Do you think perhaps we're a bit too limited to just vaccines? Well, I wasn't necessarily expecting that question. Thank you very much for asking me it. Its toolbox exists. It does, yes. There are amazingly high-quality healthcare businesses ranging from startups through to large pharmaceutical companies and others. And very often this is not just at national level, but at European level or international level. There's the European Health Agency, which is also at the European level, and that's indispensable. And then there are all the healthcare systems that are run by the national authorities. So there are tools. There are plenty of tools. The scope of each of these tools varies a lot from national level to European or global level. What we need to learn to do better is to activate them, activate cooperation amongst countries. The IPCEI is a very good example of that. We need to have more coordination. The European Commission is very good at providing coordination. HERA does need money to be a success, but we also need robust governance. So we need a very good Director General, a brilliant Director General. We're fortunate enough to have one. We need to ensure that there's good interfacing with other agencies. We're often told that the patient has to be at the heart of any measures. It's good to say it, but it's better to ensure it's done. In bodies like HERA, representation of civil society, patient and consumer associations, healthcare workers is vital. And we also need a process grounded in solidarity. I agree entirely with what Pierre Delceau has said about the importance of reaching out to other countries in the world. Of course, it's not enough to have an agency that responds in case of infectious diseases and vaccines, but it is a good model. It's a good template, and very often in healthcare you can proceed with good models. There's another model that is dear to my heart and has been mentioned several times, and that's cancer. When it comes to cancer, there are silent health crises. There are rare cancers that are not treated. There are childhood cancers that are neglected for all kinds of reasons, which are understandable or less so, and they are health emergencies. And then everything that's going to be required over the coming days and weeks for young children who have got cancer and who are living in Ukraine at the moment, and we're going to have to try and bring them over and provide treatment for them. So this health crisis as a model, as a driver, yes, absolutely. But there are not just pandemics. There's not just antimicrobial resistance. We need to learn as we proceed step by step in the light of our experience. Obviously, we have to go well beyond vaccines. We're talking about HERA. You mentioned cancer. Could that be integrated into HERA? Well, I would love that to be the case. And we began with the joint evaluation of medicine. A major step has been made in European institutions, health technology assessment, HTA. The countries in the EU at last will no longer have to fill out 27 times over forms to assess a medicine. And why would the effect be different in France or in Romania? Let's go further. Let's have a joint procurement of innovative cancer treatment, which is so very expensive. I'm sorry, I'm appealing here to the industrialists, but it would be in our interests to have a group of 27 countries to negotiate procurement with you, rather than doing it 27 times over. And this could perhaps lead to lower prices. And then we would have a kind of virtual cycle from assessment through to procurement, which would help us to reduce the risk of shortages. And all of this implies that we have shared R&D, which is obviously the groundwork, the foundation. We have to bring it back into Europe, because it's all well and good talking about producing in Europe, but it's easier to produce in Europe if the drugs have been invented in Europe, and all of the tools that have been put in place at the moment should help us to do that.
How do companies deal with crisis situations, and what feedback can you give us? Jean-Marit, so we know that we have to manage what we have just heard, the full value chain of key technologies to assure our strategic autonomy. And you were able, during the crisis, to assure the production and distribution of COVID-19 doses in 3.5 months, which is really fantastic. Just tell us, how did you do? And can you tell us a bit about this great success story, and perhaps with a focus on the collaboration with Pfizer?
We recognized as a small biotech in Germany that if we wanted to distribute our vaccine to all who wanted it, which was the goal from the beginning, we would need a partner. However, we were the technology provider, and we spent a lot of time on the manufacturing. And in Germany, we bought a facility from Novartis to assist in that, which actually we had, it takes quite a time to switch production, because you have to, under sterile manufacturing, you have a lot of very controlled processes that you have to demonstrate are valid. We had a lot of help from the German government, from the European Union itself, the Commission, EMA, in order to do that very rapidly. In fact, the original schedule was we were going to deliver our first vaccine from that facility in August, September 2020. We delivered our first vaccine from that facility to Europe in April 2020. And that was that cooperation I was talking about. That was one way we managed it, being incredibly transparent about some of the challenges we had. We talked to our government in Germany, but also to the Commission, sometimes on a daily basis, because we were all in this together. This was something that no one had experienced, the pandemic. And I think that was one of the things. And the second thing was, we put all of our efforts on the vaccine. We had a very, very clear view from our cancer research that this mRNA could provide a solution to the pandemic. And I think that if you look at our company, the motivation to do that really drove very, very rapid development. So, from a piece of paper in January, piece of paper with a new technology, we were testing our first patients in Europe in April 2020. That's never been done before. And I think that's because we were so transparent with the regulators. So I think that's another thing that we did that helped overcome.
What do you think was key to success? Do you think this success story is reproducible in Europe, or what can we do, or what do we need to foster more strategic approach, perhaps, of these subjects, of these kind of partnerships at a European level?
Yeah, so I think the challenge has always been in Europe is financing. So what I learned when I was working in the US is the American culture is, if you have a bold idea, you finance it boldly. And that's a little bit different from my experience in Europe. However, as I said in my opening remarks, our science in Europe is world-beating. It really is good. And I do believe that we can repeat this, not just with BioNTech. I do believe that we can develop a biotech base like we did with BioNTech. And of course, we will continue to develop BioNTech in the individualized cancer space, where we believe cancer medicine is moving in the future. But for other companies, I do believe that there is a possibility, but it is you have to change your mindset a little bit, and that's what you need to do.
Okay, thank you. So what do you think, Karl Routhier and Jean-Marie, what do the industrial pharmaceutical industries expect from you regarding competitivity, regulatory frameworks, perhaps?
Yeah, let me first state that we are very glad that today the manifesto was signed, and we are very big supporters of IPK. First of all, also, I was very glad, although it came very late, let's face it as well, that there was this European healthcare strategy published, if I'm not mistaken, it was November 2020, which was actually rather late. But yet, let's be glad that it is there finally. Because the basis or the strategic importance of the healthcare industry, the innovation, the technology is finally recognized. It's a pity that sometimes you need crises to have this sense of urgency. And you also see that in the US, for example, with Flow, they're going to invest massively back again in investing in the US. You even see that in India, where you have here the reflex of trying to produce all the intermediates that you need for APIs in India and not source them from China anymore. So you see these nationalistic reflexes coming up. That's why I think IPK is good. The initiatives in the US are good, but you also need now to come back again to a kind of consultation to really make it, and that's where I really agree, solidarity. Make sure that you can indeed supply your population, the patients, the people are sick, but don't forget that really you need to have it, it's a global business, right? You need to have it concerted also on a global level. That solidarity really needs to be there. And if you then take it more concretely, what we do expect from competitivity, etc. Yeah, I already mentioned it, but the high standards that we really require from our industry, from our products, should really be demanded by the European Union for everybody, and not only for the products which are produced in Europe or in the regulated area for that matter, but from everybody.
Okay, you mentioned earlier that you have 6 manufacturing sites in Europe. So do you think it is really important to re-industrialize Europe?
You cannot do without industry. Let me be very clear. So there was this tendency indeed to outsource a lot to the east, to other countries. But if I may say, the shit hits the fan, then you really need to make sure that you have everything you need. It is an illusion to say that if you would produce in Europe, you're not competitive. It's an illusion. Because with the technology and with the innovation, with the people and the brains that are there, and the sheer size also of the assets that are there, you are having the high standards, the quality, the reliability, the sustainability, and also the cost competitiveness. Perhaps not for 100% of the portfolio. And also be very clear, there are more than 5,000 APIs in the world. Not one company will have the technology in-house to produce all these 5,000. So you need a lot of technology. So it's logic that perhaps we focus a little bit more on the more complex molecules, because that R&D spirit is here. So.
Voilà, Messieurs Delceau et
Mr. Delceau and Ms. Triel-Lenoir, the latest contract with BioNTech, with the vast amount of doses delivered between 2021 and 2023, with the production in Europe, with all of the active ingredients that have to come from Europe and delivery guaranteed as of 2022 for European countries, is that going in the right direction? Well, first of all, we've been criticized in the Commission for lack of transparency on the contracts, but you seem to have all of the information, so that was a point in passing. Anyhow, as the Commission was involved in the negotiations, I think it's very difficult for me to say that it's a very bad idea and we should have gone to China. Anyhow, joking apart, I think that the real reason is very clear. I think that we've all seen during the health crisis that it's absolutely crucial to have production capabilities in Europe and to have the possibility of having supplies directly from Europe. I think it goes without saying, and nobody would challenge that. Does it mean that everything has to be produced in Europe? Well, perhaps that's going too far. I don't think that we should necessarily do that because it wouldn't be possible anyhow. But if we focus on certain essential elements which are really important, then I do think it's vital that those have to be dealt with in Europe. And then there's another aspect as regards the role of HERA. One of the aspects that we're going to be doing very quickly in that context is stockpiling. In other words, creating stocks. We've seen during the crisis that there was a problem, quite simply because stocks were in certain member states but not in others. So what we want to have is not just have a massive stockpiling at the level of the Commission, but to have better coordination between the different member states as regards the existing stocks and have a more dynamic management of the stocks so that there are enough stocks of the APIs or the drugs available collectively. Now, as for your question, we signed the contract, so I think we felt that it was a good approach. Thank you very much. It's always interesting to draw inspiration from other countries and partners and also from competitors. What can be learnt from them? What do other bodies in other countries do? Are they better prepared than we are? I don't know whether you Madam, or Karl Rotier, would you like to answer?
I think I already referred to it. There are indeed a lot of initiatives, like, for example, in the US with Flow, here in the European Union with IPK, also in India. Everybody has this reflex, and I think it's very, very important that you have a very careful look on what you need to produce inside. But also, I meant it, or I said it already, let's not forget that we always need to have this solidarity globally as well.
Okay. Donc, l'ERA qui est...
HERA was based on the BARDA model. We're always hearing about the BARDA, which is working quite exceptionally. So what about HERA? Well, I think the point is very straightforward. We said HERA is the European BARDA. What I would hope in 5 years is that BARDA will say that they'll say that BARDA is the American HERA. We shouldn't be overly modest in Europe. Anyhow, I don't really think it's a question of saying who's the best. What is really fundamental is to make sure that everywhere, throughout the world, and I really stress that, everywhere in the world, because we tended to focus on the BARDA, but you know that our African friends are setting up an African drugs agency. There are bodies there that play a vital role. So really, that's what I'm saying. It's not competing to see who's going to win out at the end of the day. What is really vital is that throughout the world, we have mechanisms there that improve protection of citizens of the world globally. And what we want to do in HERA is to cooperate with Africa, with other countries, so that they can set up local structures and also to create networks between Europe, Africa, the US. That's really what it boils down to at the end of the day. It's not a competition. It's not a race. The only race we're involved in is against disease. We have to be better prepared for that, and that involves all of us. It's not HERA versus BARDA. I think you wanted to add something. Yes. I'm also a university lecturer, and as such, what I would say is that we can envy the US and certain large powers certain things. I mean, we've got it to a certain degree in the EU, perhaps not adequately. BioNTech is actually a very good example of what I'm saying, and that is to have a link up, a nexus with the academic structures, public-private partnership in the context of a sort of co-funding the public authorities and industry, and obviously an ROI for everybody. But there has to be the ability to link up to academic structures, to universities, and I think that we don't do that enough. Risk sharing is what it involves, and it means risks have to be taken at the level of research. That is something that we should draw inspiration from that exists elsewhere. And I agree with Pierre when he says that African countries with this lag, in other words, they're just emerging, I think they can show us lessons of solidarity, cooperation and coordination. We can learn from them, and working with them is going to be a win-win situation.
Do you think that if we better anticipate risks, does it mean that we facilitate the access to vaccination for the population that are far away from Europe and from our healthcare system?
I don't think it's really anticipating the risk, it's taking risk. And I would say that what we need to do is indeed work with universities, because that's where the basic research comes from that allows some of these real innovations that we see. If I look at our company, that's where we came from. We continue to build an academic network in Europe and around the world now. It is vital for driving innovation and therefore managing risk. The other thing that we've been talking about, supply and supply risk. Our solution, which some of you may have seen we announced for Africa, was we've developed local biocontainer units. These are small units that you can put anywhere. You can even put them in the car park of a university. This means that it's not just for Africa. This is also our way of attempting to provide local mRNA production to anyone who wants it, anywhere.
That's the COVAX project.
That's the BioNTech project that we've initiated with our manufacturing.
Thank you. Great. Before we hand over to the audience to ask a question, one last round for everyone, the same question. Alors, une ou deux.
A couple of key proposals to guarantee the resilience of European health industries.
That could ensure the resilience of the health industry in Europe. Qui veut commencer?
Well, I would like to really focus on the aspect, not only API, but the entire value chain. also intermediates and raw materials, because you see shortages as we speak. So we really need to make sure of that. Secondly, really concrete, Europe should really set the bar straight for everybody on environmental standards, on quality standards, etc. That is really a very concrete proposal I would like to make.
Thank you. Madame.
I think that the key is incentivizing the health industry, whatever its size is, so that they're incentivized to invest in R&D that is shared in the EU, a sort of virtuous circle, if you like. And in this way, we could move towards a securing of production capability through this common effort. In other words, identifying the gaps in the chain, in the production chain, risk sharing, giving health incentives to the health professionals is perhaps complex in the European Union, that is perhaps going to continue to impose ecological and digital and social constraints. And in certain Eastern European countries, that can potentially be a problem. So we have to share risks, and through PPPs, there are rights and obligations. And I think that we're going to be working on this for some time to come. Thank you. Well, I think everybody would agree with the proposal that's been made. In fact, I've already made a number of proposals as well. There's something that's already been indirectly alluded to by Sean. We've all seen that health is important. Have you been curious enough to take a look at the amounts of money lying dormant in our savings accounts in banks, the monetary mass that's there, that's bringing in zero interest, and very soon it's going to be penalized. You might have to pay interest just for the banks to keep your money. So if all Europeans together were to say, health is important, it might be a good idea to invest in new companies, new startups, companies that are going to develop something, that would make a massive difference. I know that's a dream, but sometimes you have to dream.
Mr. Merit.
I think that it really comes down to being really prepared to back innovation. When I went looking for finance in 2017, I went to European institutions as the very first call. I found no one who was willing to invest in mRNA. No one. I had to go to the United States to find institutional investors to invest in BioNTech. I think if we can persuade Europe to really embrace innovation in not just speaking about innovation, because everyone likes it, of course, but also investing in innovation, I think that will bring us a long way forward, and not short-term investment, really long-term investment.
Merci, un grand.
Thank you, all of you. And we're now going to move to Q&A from the floor. Please use a microphone. I'll be putting my question in French. I'm Director General of DNF. It's a French company that a lot of you know. It's deemed by a number of investors in the stock market to be of little interest. Now, this company started up in the middle of the crisis, May 2020. I was convinced that we had a technological advantage, and I think we can say that we are the company that's best armed to find new antibiotics based on bacterial bodies, which is the first source of antibiotics that we have discovered and that we're still using today. More than 65% of drugs, of medication, comes from microorganisms and natural products. If I take a look at COVID as a scientist, I would say that the solution has come from industrial biotechs. We've got one representative here. We've also got Moderna from the United States. We've seen that the solution as regards infectious diseases came from industrial biotechs. It's very interesting to see this, and I'm delighted to hear you saying it. If we take BioNTech, 2017, no interest for the investors. And then what happened? I mean, they were fortunate, and there were a couple of American billionaires who put massive money into the company, and it made it possible for the company to develop its technology. And you'll see the technology was developed originally for cancer, not for vaccines. So in a very short period of time, this technology led to new vaccines. You said that it was possible just in a few months. I mean, obviously, based on some 10 years previous experience with the necessary investment. Do you have a question? No, I wanted to make a comment. I'm sharing with you, and I think it's very important. We're talking about COVID. I'm in the context of antibioresistance. Lancet published in January a report that said 1.2 million in 2019 went into antibioresistance. A UK economist said in 2016, 500,000 people who died. I mean, we had twice this in 4 years. We're in an area where vaccines are far more complicated and therapeutic treatments have to be found. Finding a treatment takes more than a couple of years. My company is well armed to do this. The difficulty is development capital. It's a company that's been around for 15 years. Very difficult to find investors in the market. So what I'm saying today is because yes, I mean, it's important to have partners, to work with large French universities. We work with some of them, Institut Pasteur. We're all familiar with that. But sooner or later, we have to see what it is we're really concerned with. Are we talking about just seed money, or are we talking about something else? Are we trying to find new solutions? And here I would agree with what has been said as regards to the money. Sorry, please could you wind up? There are a number of other questions as well. We have to find the tools at European level in order to provide support to companies, even when they're lagging behind, because all of this takes time. Thank you.
Well, there wasn't really a question. I just noted, and thank you for that statement. Bioresistance is a key area, as you were saying. It's a killer of large numbers of people in Europe and around the world, and definitely one of the areas that HERA will be focusing on very closely, because we think it's something that provides that. In this IPSI that's just been signed this morning, there are areas of activity that include antibiotics resistance. So obviously I can't preempt what will be decided, but it's something that could be covered. Thank you very much. Any other questions from the floor here? If not, I'll take one of the questions then. What should be the specific actions at the start by HERA to reduce our dependence on the Asian drug and vaccine imports that we'll need in the next crisis? Well, let me say that I'd like to say that HERA will provide solutions around the world, but that's not going to be the case, of course. Firstly, HERA has set itself the target of being ready for the next crisis. Let's say trying to plan for it. That's the first thing. In other words, we're not seeking to solve all the problems of supply dependency in Europe, but the Commission is currently working on a revision of pharmaceuticals legislation. It'll be a major overhaul, and the Commission will be presenting proposals on it pretty soon. And one of the aims of revising pharmaceuticals legislation is how to improve Europe's resilience. I'm not saying everything needs to be manufactured here, but we do need to be more independent and have better access to certain drugs. We need a balance. So in that context, there's going to be a big conversation around all medication. As for what HERA will do specifically, what our agenda is, well, I talked about FAB EU, which will be about manufacturing in Europe. So there'll be selected businesses located here in Europe. Stockpiling was something I mentioned, and that too is about stockpiling here in European countries. So that is our intention, but HERA is not going to be a panacea for all the problems in pharmaceuticals. Let's be clear about that.
Oui, juste un.
Yes, if I could just mention something about the, at the risk of talking just about France, you talked about resistance to basic products. That's 80% of the production. But I am sure that there are other European countries that are working on this. And there's a call for interest that's going to go out for small chemicals companies, many of which had exited the sector. And thanks to this call, have started looking at ways of manufacturing very simple, basic substances, thanks to the French recovery plan, 40% of which is financed by Europe. So that sort of closes the circle. And I think all these incentives are very important. We're not talking necessarily about scaling up to European level, but these can be facilitated by the EU. And I think it's very interesting to see that lots of countries are buying in because the recovery plan is for the 27 member states. Thank you. I think there's another question here in the room. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Keza Kolajbak from the Hungarian Ministry for Innovation and Technology. Ms. Trilin-Lenoir mentioned in her last speech some risk from Eastern European countries. Could you elaborate on that?
Do you have the translation? Or shall I speak in English? No, I have translation. Yes, thank you.
Okay, good, since you're hearing. My point was that there's no mystery here. The level of preparedness, technological preparedness and manufacturing is very variable across EU countries. And the plans that we are devising, whether it be public health or industrial plans, often have as a leitmotif combating inequalities. And I think that there are some countries in Eastern Europe that are in some ways fragile and vulnerable, and that has to be taken into account. It's not one size fits all. So you have these discrepancies between EU countries that need to be taken into account, as they have been in the past, so as to have a leveling up in terms of our R&D and production capabilities. I'm sorry if what I said was clumsy or sounded negative or pejorative. Not at all. Thank you. Sure. Maybe I can add something to that. Taking off my HERA cap, but there are no first and second class European citizens. Everyone has to be in first class, which when it comes to drugs means that everybody must have access to the same treatment at the same time. I know it's a tough issue, but when you look around, see what's happening, there are some drugs that are easily available very quickly in some countries and take years to get to others in the EU. I'm only talking about EU member states. When that happens, there are issues to be addressed, and I think that when we revise this pharmaceuticals legislation, we need to find a solution to that. It's complex, but we need a solution so that all EU citizens are first-class ones. One last question, I think, that was set in. Are we willing to pay more for medication to have sustainable manufacturing here in Europe? I think you have to ask governments that question and people, because this is something for the national health systems, for the social security or insurance systems. Okay, maybe I could answer that speaking on behalf of governments, which I probably shouldn't do, but authorities investing in R&D have to take on board the necessary and legitimate expectations of return on investment so that they don't have to pay excessively or too much, but just the fair price, so a fair value price of all drugs. It's a very difficult task. It's a tough call, and we need European cohesion here. And this is what I meant when I talked about a virtuous circle. So common assessment and common fight against shortages.
Because I want to make a comparison between a life-saving drug, which is an antibiotic, which is currently being sold for less than a package of chewing gum. And I don't think that this is logic for a life-saving drug to be treated like that. And that also was a consequence of the race to the bottom, to really always go for the lowest price. But if, and there I agree completely with the gentleman who did the first testimony there, antibiotics, and I have a large history in that, are life-saving drugs, are essential, and really we underestimate what antimicrobial resistance is going to cause in the future if we're not careful for that. So really there, I would like to stress the importance of having a just pricing and not the race to the bottom.
Voilà, merci.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the questions. Thank you to our speakers for sharing your views. We've now reached the point where we have a short break. It's going to be 20 minutes. So for people here in Paris, you can have a coffee out in the lobby. And we'll be back at 11:15. So that's 15-minute break, please. Do be back if you're online. Reconnect by then. And we'll see you then. Thank you. So welcome back to you all. You're almost on time. Well done. So we're now moving on to our second roundtable, which is about strategic ambitions, the keys to build industrial health policy. It's about a European policy and better supporting R&D projects that are innovative here within the EU. Europe is a leader in innovation, but it's hard to turn that into industrial success. European startups, for example, are finding it hard to turn industrial innovation into commercial success. They have regulatory and financial problems in order to take their projects further. So we need synergy between players in the health industry and also pan-European synergy like the health IPSE. To lead us into this, I'll give the floor to Thomas Dermin, who is Secretary for Economic Recovery and Strategic Investment in Belgium. Over to you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, ministers. There are many lady ministers, and I'd like to underscore that, and also lots of ladies in this panel, which is a very good thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I too would like to thank the French Presidency for having played a major role in organizing the conference today and also in coordinating debates about IPCEI. Our discussions are taking place at a very tense time. There's fighting and destruction continuing in Ukraine, and obviously this is the focus of our attention. I would like to indicate that the Belgian government has full solidarity with the Ukrainian government and people and encourage Europe to persevere in a coordinated and determined response to the invasion by Russia. I was born in 1986. That was the year of the accident of Chernobyl and also the year of perestroika and the beginnings of change. I was only 3 when the Berlin Wall fell, announcing the beginning of a new era. I grew up in a kind of happy innocence of the 1990s. We all lived in the illusion of a freed world, a world without constraints and borders, a world which was going to continue to march inexorably towards ever greater progress and peace, and a world without epidemics where everybody could benefit from good health. But this march forward has been stopped, or at least disrupted, because of 2 major events. In just 2 years, Europe has been confronted with 2 events which we thought were part of the past. First of all, a pandemic, COVID-19, which has paralyzed our societies and shaken to its core our healthcare systems, and now a war. And we're just beginning to see the horror of that war. We have to fight these scourges. And we can already draw at least 3 lessons from these 2 crises, which are relevant to the subject of this panel and important for the future. The first, and this has already been said, is that you can never take anything for granted. Today, I think this is a lesson that we have learnt with humility, as our parents and our grandparents before us did. The very pillars of our society, the fundamental pillars like peace and public health, are fragile and can be suddenly shaken. The second lesson is that Europe has failed. It's failed because it has been overconfident. It placed too much confidence in the power of the markets. Markets left to themselves have not been able to respond to emergencies like the health crisis, but also we've been overconfident in international support of other powers when confronting threats of war on our own borders. So we have learned from these crises that without a European level coordinated defence initiative, any threats we make are vain and ineffective when confronted with the folly of a dictator. Without a coordinated industrial policy in a sector so strategic as health, we are completely dependent and the health of our population is at stake. We need to strengthen our society's resilience in healthcare, in industrial supply chains, military and cyber defense capacity. This is something that we must consider as a priority. It's a strategic priority. We must work tirelessly to this. It's capital to undo 50 years of an absence of industrial policy at European level. We blindly believed that markets would allocate resources the best way possible, but this is simply not true for essential goods like health. The French President Emmanuel Macron recalled this yesterday in his speech. He says Europe has to be prepared to pay the price of peace, liberty, and democracy. Europe must become a more independent and sovereign power. So the question was asked at the end of the last panel, should we be prepared to pay a few cents extra for medicine that can save lives if it's produced in Europe? The answer is clearly yes. Pierre Delceau on the previous panel recalled that if we want peace, we have to prepare for war, whether it be the health war or a military war. The third and last lesson that we can learn is that European dimension is critical when it comes to conserving our common good. We are confronted with threats that go over and beyond our borders. In fact, they belie the very existence of national borders, and the European project is our best asset. Whether confronted with the pandemic or recent military threats, we've realized that a shared and coordinated strategy is not only desirable but necessary. Fundamentally, I'm an optimist, and therefore I'd like to quote JFK, who said, "There is no problem made by man that cannot be solved by man." The second part of the quotation is not as well known, but it's just as relevant. The nature of the solution must be in keeping with the nature of the problem. So whether it be the situation at the moment in Ukraine or emerging from the COVID crisis, the problem is collective and European, and hence the nature of the solution can but be collective and European. And this is something that we have to demonstrate today. Ladies and gentlemen, the first roundtable looked at actions that could be considered to reinforce Europe's strategic autonomy in healthcare, given the vulnerabilities identified on the value chain. And I'd like to thank the speakers for their enlightening contributions. The second roundtable will look at strategic ambitions and the future European vision to build a healthcare sector policy. Before looking ahead to post-pandemic, let's just think back to what happened during the crisis. During the crisis, Europe demonstrated its ability to innovate and to have operational coordination that's completely unprecedented. Thinking of what Sean Marriott said, we've developed vaccines in record times and deployed them successfully. More than 70% of the European population is now vaccinated, and the pressure on our healthcare is gradually easing, and we're delighted this is the case. I'm sure it's true. In other countries, we're all looking forward to regaining our freedom. Nonetheless, as politicians, we have a joint responsibility. We need to accept that the crisis has highlighted some failings in our collective management. We're taking part in this conference on health in Europe precisely to shoulder and accept our responsibilities as decision makers, to identify ahead of time possible perils and identify the necessary resources to solve these failings. France has launched a number of initiatives to this effect, as the Minister Agnès Pannier-Runacher called this morning, such as the setting up of HERA. This is currently being becoming operational, and it's piloted by Pierre Delceau. There's strategic visions as well, such as the EU pharmaceutical strategy and the EU industrial strategy. As President Ursula von der Leyen has said, more than 50 billion euros will be invested between now and 2027. It's huge in order to support a new mission of better preparedness and health resilience. With the IPCEI for health, it's a new stone that we are putting into the edifice. It's an additional lever to strengthen resilience of our healthcare systems and support innovation, at the same time responding to market failings identified during the crisis. By way of conclusion, I'd like to once again thank the French teams for the outstanding coordination they have done in the lead up to this conference, and the teams that have been working on this ambitious project of IPCEI. In the Belgian government, we are looking forward to working on this with you, and we are looking forward to launching the call for projects in Belgium over the coming days. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much for that introductory statement. I think that's an excellent kick-off to the roundtable about building an industrial policy for Europe with our four speakers, and Nathalie Moll, Jordanis Marcel-Q, Dolores Montserrat, and Raphael Torget. Good morning, and thank you for being here this morning. Let me start by briefly introducing Nathalie Moll. You run the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations as of 2017. You were Secretary General of Europa Bio, a European association representing biotechnology here in Europe. And you have over 20 years of experience in biotechnologies. Dolores Montserrat, since the 2nd of July 2019, you're an MEP. And before that, you were Minister of Health, Social Services and Equality in Spain between 2016 and 2018. And in particular, you were rapporteur for the pharmaceutical strategy in Europe. Raphael Torgman, you are CEO and founder of Gieto Capital, which has 533 million euros supporting biotech and pharma startups. It's one of the largest independent funds in this sector of biotechnology and health. You also run the Sophie Nova Fund for 15 years, and you are a specialist in blood and cancer at public hospitals, and you've also worked for French research institutes. You're head of Health and Biotechnology Program, EAC, in particular in charge of relationships with biomedicine, biotechnology. You have 30 years of experience in innovative R&D in genetics, and you ran 2 organizations in the health field, and I think you were also entrepreneur at one point.
This roundtable discussion will be in English. So the title of this roundtable assumes that the European Union of Healthcare Industries can be built, and providing a strong political will and the means to pursue these ambitions. So EU's strategic agenda has pointed the need to transform science into reality for patients. Therefore, with a big budget and investment is needed from both public and private sectors. So my first question is for all of you, a short introduction. So what is missing in Europe's health sector to transform results from R&D and I into measurable healthcare and economic successes? So perhaps Mr. Arzimanoglu, would you like to start?
What is missing? I think a lot has been said about financing, but I think something else is really more critical, is also equally critical, is technology transfer. We don't have enough experience on technology transfer in Europe, and we are learning how to do that. And this is key for all the good research that's been developed in the universities and research institutes. You have to have a real catalyst that takes care of IP issues, that really knows how to direct the researchers towards application. Yesterday on the news, it was, I guess many people hear the paradox that knowing that it's a Nobel laureate involved, there was a patent that it was actually granted not to the inventor. The point here is about technology that got a Nobel laureate, and one sits in Berkeley, in California, and actually, and in the end, after the Supreme Court, the patent Supreme Court in the US ruled out, now the patent rights go to Broad Institute in Boston. The reason I'm bringing this example is to say how important it is to protect your technology, how important it is to bring your technology quickly, rapidly, and effectively to those that they can transfer it to application. And that is one very, very critical aspect that we're lagging behind the US.
Thank you. Nathalie Moll.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for inviting me. Pierre is just about to walk out, and I know you had to leave, Pierre, but I did want to recognize, first of all, the role that HERA is already playing in the crisis in Ukraine. I can't sit here without saying how grateful I am to him, to the Commissioner, to all his colleagues for working with us as a pharma industry in the donations and the organization of the medicine. So thank you very much, Pierre. I really salute your work. It's difficult, isn't it, to sit here and talk about what we're talking about, knowing what's going on. But at the same time, we are one of the industries that is so essential in this moment. And I feel very humbled to be able to serve this industry. What do we need? First of all, we need to realize that we are not one country. When I hear people comparing the US to the EU, I find it so unfair. We are not one country with one system, with one language, with one NASDAQ. That's not the case. So we are 27 countries with investors who tend to invest in their own countries. We don't have an ISDAQ. We had one for a while, but then it didn't work out. The capital is between 5 and 10 times less for biotechs here. This is the reality of Europe. At the same time, we have some fantastic ingredients. We have the same number of scientific publications as the US in Europe and China, the same number. So we have, the academic base is impressive. We have entrepreneurial spirit to a smaller extent perhaps in the US, in the sense that we have many SMEs, the same number of SMEs, but they're smaller, but we have that entrepreneurial spirit. So we're not lacking that either. We have very good structures to, I think, support fundamental research, and then there's that sort of valley of death between, I have a great idea, as the colleague was saying this morning, also BioNTech, you said it very well, Sean, and I have to go and find money. I won't find it in Europe. I won't find it quickly. I won't find it fast enough. So there's clearly an issue about realizing who we are and how we are constructed, and not pretending it's not the case. And I have to say, watching COVID-19, watching us now in Ukraine, I have 3 nationalities and 2 passports, so I've always been European, but I've really realized the value added of Europe is working together. When we come together, we are impressive. It was impressive at the beginning of COVID-19. We had calls every week, every Friday evening with the commissioners, Thierry Breton, Stella Kyriakides, all the industries saying, what's your problem? I can't get my trucks through. I need green lanes. The clinical trials are stopping. I need new and by Monday, things were fixed. We can do that. Even though we are 27 countries, we can do it. Now we have HERA. It took 2 years to create HERA. That's, I've worked 26 years at European level. 2 years is quick. We have the Innovative Medicines Initiative for that beginning of research. We're looking at IPK now today, the manifesto for IPK, for the other part. So I think we're building all the right building blocks. We need to have coherent actions at all levels. The 4 ingredients that I think we need to work on, in addition to these building blocks that are important, are the availability of capital. We need to find a way, even though it's hard in Europe, we need to find a way to bridge the gap that we have much less money. We need to, in our field, we need to be able to value medicines for what they're worth. And some of you said it this morning, antibiotics is a market failure for a reason. You cannot invest in an area which is scientifically very complicated, and at the end you have no guarantee of return on investment. It doesn't work. You also need intellectual property rights, and you mentioned it. You need that incentive framework. You're an investor. I'm going to put millions into a company that maybe in 15 years' time, 1 in a million, 1 in 10,000, I might get something out. But then the incentive framework, the IP, has to be very clear and stable. And that's a challenge for Europe. We have 27 countries pulling in 27 different ways. And then you need the ability to have a regulatory framework that is globally competitive and can welcome the kind of innovations we're talking about, these breakthrough innovations. So the pharma strategy, the review of the pharma legislation, it was mentioned, is a great opportunity for us. Let's add all the building blocks together, make it coherent, and not pretend that we're something that we're not, but really go on our strengths, build on our strengths. We are impressive when we work together. So I'm hopeful.
I totally agree. Thank you. Dolores Montserrat, what is your point of view? Yeah. What is missing?
First of all, thank you to the French Presidency to be here. And it's nice after 2 years to be present in even. First of all, the history never leave us a minute of calm. Because, the pandemic is not over yet, and Russia is attacking Europe with this terrible war. But the European Union has proven that it's a success story, because we demonstrate with the pandemic, now Natalie was explaining, and now we are demonstrate again with this terrible war. It is true that it is a pity that the European Union always gives the response when we have the crisis on the table. And we hope and we push to prepare the European Union before the global crisis. But what we learn in this pandemic 2 years, first, that we have to strengthen and to defend the future of the European Union of health. We have learned that the strategic autonomy of Europe's health sector is a key. It's a key not just for the public health for all our citizens, it's a key for the security. Now we are seeing with the Ukraine war, and it's a key for our industry. We have to push to reindustrialize Europe. We have to help with the strategic industry of European Union, the industrial strategic strategy, and with the SMEs, because we cannot forget that in the European Union, the 85% of our employees has been created and are created for the SMEs. And in the health sectors too, there are a lot of SMEs. So what we did with this year, with what we achieved in these 2 years, no? And now I'm going to link on what Natalie was explaining. In 2 years, we did what always we are doing in 1 decade or in 1 generation. So we create the European Parliament with the Commission, with all the institutions and all the stakeholders. We were agreed that we have to create the European Union for health. As we have the European Union on markets, in just 1 market, in 1 money, in the banking union, and with all freedoms all around Europe, we have to create the European Union for health. Because, you know, we are 27 countries, the health, it's, you know, the competence of health, every country has this competence, and the European Union, we don't want the competence, but we want and we have to harmonize, coordinate, all about health. So this is the reason that we put the first pillars of this European Union of Health. The first pillar was the platform of COVID vaccines. It was the first time in our, in Europe that we had, the vaccines for everybody in the same time. Second thing, very important, that we reinforce the ECDC and the EMA. We create the ERA, that now Pierre has left. We create the first time a European Union Program for Health, the European Union for Health program. It's the first time that we have our own autonomous program of health. And then the European Beating Cancer Plan, that here it's Veronique, that it was the rapporteur of this European Beating Cancer Plan. Plus, added with the pharmaceutical strategy that I had the honor to be the rapporteur. So what begins this decade? This decade is a big opportunity for the citizens to put the passions on the center of our policies. Second thing, to maintain the sustainability of our health public systems. It's the only place in the world that we have the public health systems. We are not putting borders to the citizens to get health. And third, to reinforce the industry, the innovation, the research. So I think so that now arrives important decade, open doors, to be a decade of research, health, and innovation.
Okay, thank you. Raphaël Tongeman, what is missing?
Yes, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank very much the organization, the French Presidency, and I'm really delighted and honored to be part of this discussion, particularly in this crisis, and with also, if I may say, chapeau bas to Europe, with all what is going on today with this signature, but also the facts, what is moving. And if I may also say that this morning had just been announced a way to facilitate clinical trials in Europe with a single registration desk. So again, it's moving very well, and it's amazing. So I have nothing to do with that, but I want just to say that very happy to be there, and again, chapeau bas. So So you said it initially. Indeed, I am a founder and managing a fund, which is the largest fund independent in biotech and healthcare in Europe, if I may. So back to Europe, it's not in the world, unfortunately, not yet, and hopefully others will do it. And why it's very important to have a large fund in Europe, because indeed what is needed is to build and together global market leaders, but obviously based in Europe. And what does that mean, global market leaders, is that we should invest and accompany and we have all a role to do there, from the R&D to the market, really companies with innovation, disruptive innovation, to bring them to the market and even beyond, and build several big biotech in Europe, because it's what is missing. Even now we have biotech, but there are not so many in Europe. Either indeed they sell earlier, or they go too rapidly to the US, or they don't. And what is really very much missing here is that we don't help them in their ambition, because we have more and more European entrepreneurs with this mindset to build big companies. And so what is really missing is the mindset with obviously the means, i.e. getting big funds with large ticket to invest in these companies. So it's because when you look at numbers actually, and when you look at Europe versus US, again, as always, but on the seed stage in tech and health tech, it is roughly the same participation, about 1/3. But what is missing is then the growth part. And on the growth part and the total investment in health tech companies, unfortunately, we are still 8 times less than in the US. The good news is that it's increasing in Europe. Actually, out of 55 billion raised in health tech worldwide in 2021, 1/3 is in Europe. So it's and it's an increase of 4 times the last 5 years. So it's really moving in the right direction. Nevertheless, needs of big fund, and there are more and more big fund. And it's not only G8, and G8 won't have been done alone, obviously, thanks to our investors, but that are very much participating to this ecosystem, building larger fund. Thanks to our investor, particularly also because they are part of initiative like in France, the TB initiative led by the government, French government, with the participation of BPI France and Caisse des Dépôts, who put together several insurance companies. So again here, public-private, which is very important and very rich in Europe, to really leverage the public money to attract private money, with insurance company putting together 6 billion initially, but that brought then much more money. And this initiative had been followed then more recently at the European level under the French Presidency. So it was beginning of February, announced a fund of 10 billion euro, a fund to invest in funds, but to really help them to be large fund, even beyond the billion, to invest ticket of at least 100 million in companies that are still in development, and to help them all along the value chain to then get these market leaders that I was mentioning earlier. So these 10 billions of this scale-up fund had been led by French sovereign fund for us and states with the French government, the German government, EIB, EIF, BPI France, Danish money as well, and many others coming now. But what will be great, and I think it's what is going on, is to attract then more private money, pharma companies. We are lucky with G8, we have Sanofi, who invested quite a bit money in the fund, and that is great, not only to get a large fund, but to enrich the ecosystem, really to collaborate with pharma funds, biotech, R&D, science. So that's the second part, I would say, beyond the financing and the large financing that I would like to add in terms of missing is really working more together and collectively, and this is what is going on with Europe, but with alongside all the value chain for innovation. It's exactly what Madame la Ministre Pannier-Runacher told us this morning, is really all along with all these talents that should be working together, not only the R&D, but preparing the industrialization. And that the biotech, the startup, they have to prepare that early on to prepare the future commercial products. And it's exactly what we are trying to do with G8, but it's really important to not only have the means, but help this entrepreneur with their ambition and to go as fast as possible to the market, and finally to what we are all interested in, which is as fast as possible to the patient.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to first focus on data. With you, Dolores Montserrat, data is really at the heart of innovation and strategic autonomy, and its use, protection, and collection is really crucial for all the domains. There's still a lack of tools and cooperation to industrialize the onerous data wrangling. So the challenge is to standardize European health data. So how can we build this Europe of health data, and how can we best capitalize on the large pool of clinical trial data represented by the European population? Perhaps you, as a former health minister, you can give us some concrete examples.
Okay, let's see if I'm going to try to do it in 2 minutes. It's going to be difficult, but one of the great objectives we must achieve is this.
Just close a bit.
Yeah, it's true. One of the great objectives that we must achieve is the European health big data. For example, in Spain, we have a big data of cancer pediatric. So this allowed us to have a good prevention, to have a good research, to focus the research, and we have early detection. And then, you know, if we have a good research, innovation, we have a better and quick access to all the childs that they are having, you know, this pediatric cancer. So we have to achieve the European health, health data. Of course, that we put already in the European Union 6 key actions. But for me, the most difficult thing to get it's going to be the interoperability. It's going to be so difficult. And sometimes we have, sometimes we are thinking with legislative directives, laws, but sometimes the problem is in our minds. Sometimes we have to break up the mental barriers that we have, all of us, in our state members. Why? Because each state member has their own legislation about clinical trials, about the health data, and they are afraid and fear, well, if I'm going to introduce this interoperability to European Union, I'm not going to manage, I'm not going to be the owner of that. And nobody is the owner if Europe has to protect, of course, all this information, but this information is going to give us a lot of response in prevention, in research, in innovation, in all these startups that now we were talking about. So, and with the early diagnosis. And then we are going, I'm sure, to save a lot of resource. We are going to optimize all the resource. So we are going to help our public health systems with our sustainability. We have to push for this sustainability of our health public systems. So this is a big challenge. We have to do it, and in Europe and in the European Parliament, we are working on that. And I can explain, I explained this little example of Spain of pediatric cancer, but in the same time, now we are in a pilot example with the European Union, with 4 countries about the shortage medicines. We are doing with all the pharmaceutics office in all the little towns, and in the same moment we are knowing what is going on and the shortage of medicine. So if we are doing these pilot systems, we can do it, of course, all around Europe, because we need this European health data space for healthcare delivery, healthcare research and policy making, and of course early warning systems and cross-border treats to health and shortage. So we have to do it. We have to do it, and I'm sure that everybody is agree on that. So let's push it.
The mic, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. It's for the translator. Natalie, we have heard a lot about we need more, we have to strengthen collaboration. How do you see the future of collaboration, European collaboration in the health industry?
So I'm really optimistic. First of all, it's my nature, but second of all, I think there are reasons for that right now. So it was our introductory speaker, the state secretary, who said that the 2 the two realities of history that we're facing at the moment force us to come together and be very creative and also find solutions that match the problems. And I think in the area of healthcare and biotech, it is very complicated. It is very long. So we're talking 15 years to produce a product. There are lots of different steps. There is no magic wand. And I think perhaps in the past, you know, people have thought, oh, we'll just fix this bit and that'll be fine. Or we'll just throw a lot of money in fundamental research and then we'll have all the products. It's not like that. There are different steps. And what I'm really encouraged to see at European level is this coming together through the pharmaceutical strategy, the review of the legislation, the industrial strategy. And now, of course, the focus on healthcare because of COVID is, oh, let me understand what the obstacles are at every step. So there's the research step, there's the development step, there's the clinical trials, then there's, you know, creating perhaps joint ventures, and then there's putting on the market, and then is there a market, and then do you value the innovation, getting into all the 27 countries. It is really complicated and it takes a long time. And if we don't take a proper approach to address every little piece, you're only as strong as the weakest link, right? Then you don't succeed. And for me, I'm encouraged, and I really wonderful, Raphael, to hear about your fund, because one of the things our SMEs are calling for is European funds for life science, European funds, really the ones, and whether it's independent ones like yours or funded also by the European Investment Bank, it doesn't matter, as long as there's a place where SMEs can go and can share the risk of what they're developing and maybe get some coaching and indeed work also with the companies that often have funds as well. Let's attract them all, and maybe if they have one or two companies who have, you know, blessed them that they believe in that, then it's easy also to attract other capital and grow. So I really think in this very long 15-year trajectory that we have, and hats off to the researchers and entrepreneurs who do that. We need to back innovation and boost access and be very coherent, and that's difficult with 27 countries. It is difficult because all our countries are at different levels. So again, that availability of capital, and it sounds like, and of course, as I hadn't thought about it, because of COVID-19 development, 1/3 of the capital came to Europe. That's really exciting. So thank you very much, Sean, and your colleagues for putting a spotlight on Europe on that. That's really, makes me feel very happy about that. Our regulatory system, it may sound boring, but actually it's very important. So in order to put medicines on the market, they need to be safe, and that's ensured by a regulatory system. If our regulatory system is not competitive, if it's not quick enough, if it doesn't get medicines to patients quick enough, then companies will go elsewhere to put their products on the market. So we need to be, now we're reviewing it all for the first time in 20 years. It's a lot of work, but it's a fantastic opportunity. And I really see the lessons learned in COVID-19, the flexibilities that we were able to put in place in order to get the vaccines approved quickly, maintaining their safety. We're learning from that. The intellectual property incentive framework, that kind of thing that makes investors think, okay, if I put my money here, I may get something at the end. And it's important. Unfortunately, making a medicine is also a business. It's just the way it is. You could pretend it's not the case, but it is. And if you think of 15 years, and I'm sure that Sean knows more than all of us how hard it is, and you need to keep those investors.
And Natalie, what do you think of the American model, which is always quoted as exemplary, the tripartite model between academic, startup, industry working in strong synergies? Do you think this model is reproducible on a European scale?
Yeah, and we're doing it. I mean, we really are in bits, until now in bits and pieces. With the pharma strategy together, this innovative medicines initiative that lasts until next year, now followed by the innovative health initiatives, the biggest public-private partnership on health in the world, and it's European. So exciting. So you have that first bit, right? Fundamental research bottlenecks. Then you have all this part about capital raising that we're slowly, and I know that European Investment Bank is involved, etc. We're looking at the IPK today, which is that where is the market failure? HERA comes in, is there a pandemic or is there a crisis, is there a war? And let's review the regulatory framework and make sure the incentives are attractive. This is the moment. This is an amazing, I would agree with Dolores, this is the moment really where hopefully we open and we come back on the front of the stage, because in Europe, we've lost, we used to be number 1 25 years ago, so I'd really like to go back.
To come back on first place. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yordanis Azimanoglu, so you represent the EIC, which identifies, support and scale up game-changing innovations. So you play a major role in transforming innovation into industrial successes. So what do you think, what should be the strategy to be adopted to consolidate the EU approach in certain areas and while continuing the efforts at the same time on certain key subjects?
Yes, we do believe that the European Innovation Council it plays a little bit of a role because it's very new, but it's going to play an even more significant role. And we don't, of course, we're not the ones to say that, but I hope the other parties will say that. What we do is that we go focused. We finance and fund and support from the very early stages to scaling up and scale up the SMEs. We do that using strategic intelligence, and we have funding and non-funding support. We provide 1.5 billion per year for 6-7 years, and that, of course, is split in 3 different sectors. Health accounts for more than 1/3 of that. And we do that in a consistent manner. What I mean is that we follow the trends, and one of the things that we believe it's a novelty is that we have people on the ground, even in the US, that provide us with information as fresh comes from the universities, from the leading universities in the health sector. And by following the trends and building with intelligence that comes from proprietary sources or even public sources, we design specific calls for the future. And that of course, goes through discussions with external experts. We defend what we do, and we go what is called the challenge calls. And for instance, an area where BioNTech and so on is, we have a call on RNA therapeutics. And of course, we are inspired by what's happening, but this call is at the transition level, meaning we support what is called technology readiness level between 4 and 6, where exactly we have the problem in the development of. That's why we believe that we need to better communicate that to the rest, not only the Commission, but also of the industry. And we are doing that. And I'll give you an example, very quick example with the area of cell and gene therapy. If it wasn't for the COVID, lots of people in health would only talk, or not only talk, but primarily talk about cell and gene therapy because it can implement it across diseases. We started 1.5 years ago, and we designed a strategy in particular for that field. Imagine that one deal at the R&D level in the US equals the budget of EIC for 1 year. So that immediately gives the figures to understand. 1.5 billion is a deal that you can find, not between pharma, an established SME with a startup that comes out. Loads of these deals. Not only the manufacturing level of the gene therapy, but also at the very early stage validation, real validation of technology. So this is the big trend. We issued a call earlier this year, 6-7 months after I arrived, we issued a call on that. We focused on specific areas. We do believe we can't do it all. It's not one size fits all. We can't please everybody. We have to go really targeted. And we organized an event, the first ever event between ERC and EIC last summer. So we really took the best research that we could find, accessing ERC. We brought the 2 institutions together, 2 European institutions, right, in this event. We organized that with the elite, we believe, of the scientists and innovators. So we had very big names that they came here and they presented. They were told to present with their mind towards application, towards. So these are 3 things. And now, after the call, we are creating portfolios of elite SMEs, which will be managed, and they have contractual agreements towards certain pathways that will make the difference. And that is something that's happened within 1.5 years.
Okay, thank you. I would like to tackle with you for the topic of fundings of the startups, which has been mentioned earlier several times. So I think you're especially aware of the difficulties that startups may encounter in Europe in terms of financing. Do you think we have a hostile ecosystem in financing, or what do you think are really the key challenges?
First, I think it's not at all hostile, but it's more that it's more fragmented. Not only among different countries in Europe, but also even when you look at France. So we don't have enough of these clusters. Nevertheless, all this initiative and like what you are doing with EIC to really help to scale up, accelerate at the beginning, early stage, so that we still need, because we have very, very good R&D. But then obviously all along. So in addition to the financing, what is really needed are the talents. And that's from obviously the science, and again, we have very good R&D, very good founders, but then we need to have more and more experienced people on the clinical development. Every step of the value chain should be led by very, very good talents, and that's something where we should work even more together. And so I think it's one part of the attractiveness should be also focusing on people. But for that, we need more and more people successful in health tech companies in Europe, that they could coach and help other people.
Okay, and do you think that we need to encourage risk-taking, for example, in business investments, and at the same time pursuing objective in terms of digital and environmental transitions?
Yes, so we have to take risk. For, as Sean said, we cannot only anticipate risk, we have to take this risk. And I think, concerning the environment, and Europe is moving quite a lot, particularly with SFDR, and we are all concerned by that. And probably that healthcare that is very regulated could be a kind of leading by the example compared with other industries, and we are very careful on that. And particularly as a fund and as a company, we have interaction with many stakeholders, from the startup to other investors to the pharma, and we have to really help to this implementation for sure, including the diversity and gender diversity, and as the Secretary General said earlier, very happy to see many women, but also women that have a big role in healthcare, particularly in this field compared with others. So yes, taking risk, anticipating, but taking the risk. We need probably also to help to this acculturation, education of other stakeholders. We face that, for example, with LPs, limited partners that are investing in funds, to help to then invest in startup, to understand what is a model of this health tech industry, particularly for the biotech and innovative drugs, that you need to get the time while trying to accelerate more money and build these market leaders. And as this company, they are not for a long time, this biotech, they are not doing revenues for a long time, but they are on projected sales and value, then need probably more and more to, in bracket, educate people. Clearly, the COVID crisis had helped a lot on that. Everyone is now, even outside of healthcare, is talking about mRNA and PCR and these kind of things. But we still need of this acculturation to help to have different stakeholders taking risk.
Okay, thank you. So today we attended to the official launch of the Health IPC. I think a real opportunity for European sovereign health industry. So Dolores Montserrat, what are the necessary conditions for the success of this?
Well, first of all, it is a big opportunity. We need more science and technology and more collaboration in the European Union level. The European actions marks the difference. This is clear, and I think so that today, all of us, we are agree. I'm a member of Davos Alzheimer group, and I'm going to explain you just an experience. The chair in this group, we are people from all around the world, and the chair is from the United States. And one day, John was saying to me, look, Dolores, thanks so much to the European Union, because you have public universal healthcare systems, you have universal and public universities, so you are investing to the education of this huge talent, and then we are getting this free talent that Europe already invests. So thank you very much. So that day was, a little bit, oh, mama, no, this is true. So, Europe, we have the best minds, the best academic training of talents, the best free universal healthcare systems, the best universal universities. So we need to invest more and better to transform all this heritage into absolute innovation that guarantees to all European citizens access to the best treatments. So this IPCI is a big opportunity, and we have to push for that. Foster new and more effective forms of public and private partnership. Before, Veronique was explaining in the table before. Boost a made in Europe concept for the health sector, relying on resilient global supply chains with the highest quality, safety, and environmental standards, protect by a strong intellectual property rights system. We did it in the pharmaceutical strategy, and before Nathalie was talking about that, promoting high quality jobs and talent retention. This is very, very important. And then less bureaucracy and more interoperability between the 27 countries. So I'm sure that this IPCI will focus on this, and it's going to be a successful and a good opportunity. We have to build all together this European Union of Health, and this IPCI is a big, big opportunity.
Thank you. Doesn't work anymore? No mic works? So I will speak up. Mr. Azimanoglu, what do you think of the this one? Yeah, okay, it works. Of the IPCI health, so do you think, how can existing European initiatives converge with the objectives of the IPCI health, which is the first objective is the acceleration of the ecosystem?
It's a challenge, I want to be honest. It's definitely in the right direction, but it's a challenge because this is national funding that goes to projects that have European dimension. We need to see the working transparency, governance, all these are issues that need to be addressed. And for me, what is important also is to avoid overlapping with existing initiatives. That is key, not only for funding, but also because we don't want to waste human capital, we don't waste energy in that. So these are issues that remain to be seen. Actually, as I'm thinking about that, as I have come across the Irish and the Italian programs in health, right? Because there are other programs, these are new ones. I was not impressed by it's a general coverage of health issues, personalized medicine. If you want really to be globally competitive, you have to go, even be more specific. You can't do everything in precision medicine. You can't do everything in accelerating SMEs. You have to say what you choose, how you support, be consistent, do it all the way. Those are issues, and the overlapping. Otherwise, it's definitely in the right direction.
Okay, thank you. And Nathalie Moll, so what's your point of view of the IPCI initiative? Do you think it's a challenge to hope for cooperation between players in a very competitive market?
No, and I can say no because we already have experience of this, right? So the Innovative Medicines Initiative, as I mentioned before, the biggest public-private partnership in the world, has companies working together from the beginning. COVID was we had IMI Care, which was the very, very quick project from IMI to share libraries and find matches, if you like, between COVID-19 and anything that was in companies. That was done immediately. So there is a history of doing that together. And Jordanis explained all the different things that need to happen. I think what's important, indeed, is that it's focused. It's focused on pre-competitive. It's focused on where there is market failure. So don't do things that are already happening. Otherwise, you're going to waste. There's only so much talent to go around. So please, let's not try and put the talents all over the place. So be focused. Make sure that it really addresses a critically important part that's missing in the European industrial base, so that it's fixing something. Again, identify the problem, then find the solution that fixes it. And then I think also downstream, don't forget, whatever we do, let's make sure that what comes out doesn't distort the single market. So, you know, we're adding a new level of cooperation, we're adding some new areas of work together. Let's make sure that it fits in well and that you don't have a problem when it comes to commercialization with competition with existing things as well. So you have to think about, yeah, every step of the way. It's really boring. As a scientist, it is, and I love it. But as, you know, as somebody who's looking for a quick solution, it's not. It's one of the many elements, and we just have to get it right, be focused, and continue. I think you said be consistent and all the way until the end. I think together we can do that. We have a lot of experience. I don't see why not. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Before I hand over to the audience for the question, perhaps just a conclusion for each of you. So what do you think? Can you give us one or two key proposals for reconciling the objectives of public health and industrial sovereignty? Who would like to start?
So indeed, many things to do. Even a lot of things are moving ahead. Would like first thing on getting more partnership, public-private, or already what is going on today with the FEC in English, IPEC, is amazing, but already we've seen that with pharma, with Paris Santé Campus here in France, with you know, Servier, with Sanofi, with that is in France, but European level also. When you see the initiative with EIF, EIB, actually the Venture Center of Excellence, who had put together a program to attract industrial to with the money of the European Commission, to invest into funds again, to then invest in biotech. So how to increase this public-private partnership? One could be to get the public universities to get funds, to invest, in funds, actually, like in the US, because like that they could get some return in the future, long term, but also be part of the same ecosystem. Instead of getting their own venture arm, will be to get this university to invest. So that's one. The second thing I wanted just to mention is about talents. So talents, we need to, one, attract more there, and with the next generation particularly. And I've been honored to get a mission by the government to attract talents in France, but it should be obviously in Europe, and all of us, we have this duty. So attractivity of talents to make better, successful biotech and health tech companies, and also to help these talents to exchange together, and that could be a kind of Erasmus of the biotech and the health tech, such as we have exchange of this complementarity between European countries.
Merci. Qui veut continuer?
As I was thinking, we talked about financing IP, academia, all the wealth that we have in Europe. I think some other terms that are relevant here is uniqueness, is also to connect better what is called technological autonomy, if not sovereignty, with industrial autonomy. And this can happen again if we have, and we have many institutions now, and the VCs also, they are very specialized, and they invest in, they understand much more in the areas they invest. So we have to go more targeted, and we have also to pay attention to the non-funding support, which is key, because in other environments, we'll say again, in other clusters that we don't have, this is a given thing. Sometimes things happen not only because of the money, because you have the right people in place. And there is an army of people that you need, that they know, from science to business development to licensing. We have SMEs that they get 3 and 4 million funding because they have excellent science at the Pathfinder level, and they haven't heard about what is scientific advice with EMA. And they don't know the difference between a patent examiner and somebody who writes patent claims in the area. So there is a lot of work to do that, and if we catch up with that, it's not only funding, and the European institutions and the initiative this morning, all they play a role, and IMI and all, they have done a lot of contribution to that, but we need to take it once to the next level, one step further, that will make the difference. The system, what is called the ecosystem of the innovation, is complex, but it can really pay off in the future.
going to act, because I'm totally agree on what Rafael and Jordanis explained. I'm going to put the focus on the structured dialogue that the European institutions put on the table. It's the first time that there is a structured dialogue where patients, industry, innovation sectors, all the stakeholders are in this structured dialogue. For what? To achieve this collaboration in the European Union level. So the second message is stop with more fear, you know. Stop fear. Nobody's going to lose any competence, but let's work together with this dialogue, with this structured dialogue, to improve and build this European Union for health. For what? Three things. For the patients, to put it on the central of our policies. Second, to push to have a competitiveness industry, to have more innovation, to protect the intellectual property. And third, to maintain the sustainability of our public health systems in Europe, because we don't want borders to our patients to get to our health. So this perhaps it's my message.
Very quickly, coherence. I really think, just like in a recipe, you need to have the right ingredients. You need to have coherence of what we're doing. We're just about to review the whole pharmaceutical legislation for the first time in 20 years and hopefully for the last time in the next 20 years. If we get the ingredients wrong in this pharma revision, if we decrease incentives, if we get the regulatory framework wrong, if we make it too inflexible, we will make it impossible to invest in Europe. It doesn't matter how many IPCs and IMIs and everything else that we have. If we make ourselves, that ecosystem, look unattractive, there are many other attractive ecosystems right now. The US, China, India, they're all boosting themselves. So we need to get it right with the pharmaceutical revision. It's going to take a long time. There are lots of pieces of legislation to work on. But I really, really wanted to stress that you have to be coherent. We have this volonté of boosting everything in European, and that's great. But if your book is written wrong, yeah, then you can't get anywhere. So I really think let's be coherent. Fantastic to see all these initiatives. Let's make sure that the legislation in Europe allows companies to really grow and develop and stay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for participating in this roundtable. Now I hand over to the audience.
Are there any questions from the audience?
Attendez, il y a un micro.
There is a roving mic. You just wait. You have to be heard by the interpreters.
To see how, at the European level, we try to accelerate innovation development and the right ecosystem for that. However, Nathalie has just mentioned the coherence, and there is no, in the whole chain, at the end, it's also about the access to patient and the way we can actually speed up the access to patient across all countries. And we know that all countries do have their own design, actually, to have access to the innovative treatments. And we are actually, by the way, extremely creative in this way across all the 27 countries. My question is, how can Europe further work to accelerate this access to innovation? And I have in mind the famous HTA question that should, by the way, create coherence, Nathalie, you're very keen on, but also at the end contribute to accelerate the access to innovation to patient.
The European Innovation Council was built exactly to accelerate. Was built exactly to deal with the innovation, the so-called the valley of death, but of course that applies for every discipline. All the difficulties in scaling up, and actually the catalyst of what we call research breakthrough to a disruptive solution. We have one instrument, the accelerator instrument, that in the health sector, all the financing goes to clinical trials. And for when you apply for that, you need, of course, to know all the regulations, all the developments, how personalized medicine is applied in the clinical trials, to use biomarkers, not to go, what has been happening so far. So there is particular focus exactly on what you say. And there is a lot of scientific development that when you get into those proposals at this stage, not at an earlier stage, these are they undergo scrutiny, and we found 4 to 5%. So speaking about the organization of the European Innovation Council is exactly focused to deal with such problems, as you said, and thank you for mentioning the clinical trials in the era of personalized medicine, which is totally different than before. You have to stratify patients, you have to bring knowledge, you have to use the data that you mentioned before, and I've answered.
Yeah. Just 2 examples that we put on the pharmaceutical strategy. It doesn't make sense when EMA is approving a drug, an innovation drug, a rare drug. It's difficult to explain to the citizens, look, you know, after this approve, we have to approve to each national agency in 27 state members. Perhaps one agency it's 1 month, another 3 years, because we have a big gaps. And, you know, this is stupid. So we put in the strategy, look, when EMA is approving a new drug, with maximum 6 months, every national agency has to approve and put it on the market. And then, second example, in rare disease. Perhaps in one rare disease, we have just 2 patients in Malta, perhaps 400 patients in Spain, 600 in France, 20 in Luxembourg. So we put the joint procurement in the rare disease. Why not? Because in the same moment, all the patients in Europe, they will have the same access. When I was vaccinated of COVID, I'm 40 years. In the same time, all the people that has 40 years old in all around Europe were vaccinated as me. So if we did it in vaccine example, why we cannot do it now in the rest of the drugs? So I'm going to the same place, fear in our minds. I'm losing the competence in my own country. You know, so let's build, you know, this European Union for Health and believe it. And, you know, I think so that almost all that we are here and we share and join in these 2 years constructing this European Union of Health, we believe it. So let's do it, no?
Une réaction
just wanted to add, obviously, all the learnings of the COVID, including the fact to not only to work together, but to share more between peers. This is something that is still missing in health tech, although in tech they share a lot between them, and sharing the learning to go faster to the patient.
Merci.
Thank you very much. We have a question here that was sent then. What is Europe intending to do to support businesses producing drugs and pharmaceutical ingredients in Europe and that have to deal with unfair competition from Asian countries? How can we have a global level player field so as to help European companies?
Who would like to answer? We have already tackled this topic, but
I mean, I can't because I'm the wrong person. I would need to be from the European Commission, which I really clearly am not. I think IPCAS is one of the instruments that is considered as something that might, where there is a reason, where there is a need to strengthen the industrial base in Europe, that IPCAS will be used for this, I can imagine. But indeed, I'm probably the wrong person. I just don't want to leave the gap of silence.
Well, perhaps I can add, you know, this is not just for drugs, it's for everything, for all the products. So all the products that we are, you know, we are producing out of Europe, they have to achieve all the standards of European Union. Of course, that when we're talking about pushing for reindustrialize Europe, it doesn't mean that we want just all European capital and just in Europe, because we are in a global, you know, market and producers. But of course that we have to push to the countries that they are out of Europe, if, you know, to join our European standards, as we are doing with the climate change fight. That Europe is leading the climate change fight in all around the world. And we are saying to China and United States, look, let's go to Paris Agreement. We cannot do it alone to save the planet. We have to do it all together. So we have to work not just between all of us, Europe, we have to work with all the world and, to join with them the European standards too.
Okay, thank you. This has been the last question. Time is running out, so we have to move on. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your vision. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for taking part in this.
These discussions is a moment of fruitful discussion. So now it's time to conclude this morning's discussion. Jingle. Merci. Voilà pour la
So for our conclusion this morning, I'll give the floor to the European Commissioner for Health and Food Safety, Stella Kyriakides, who's speaking live from Brussels. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, very good. Just go on.
Good. Dear ministers, Agnès, Olivier, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be able to join you this morning from Brussels. The very tragic events unfolding at the very heart of our continent give our discussions on resilience and strategic autonomy in healthcare and beyond, I believe, a new significance and a new urgency. And the European Union has shown in the past weeks that it is a very important in its geopolitical role, and it has the instruments and the political will to stand up for its values. After 2 years of a devastating pandemic, we have indeed learned a lot. And I believe what we have all realized is what we can achieve together. So I'm especially grateful to the French Presidency, to Minister Véran, to Minister Pannier-Runacher for organizing today's conference. The COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting lockdowns, the economic slowdowns that followed, have really taken their toll on our economies. From the very beginning of this crisis, we established, all of us together, an important cycle of cooperation with EU industry in order to strengthen resilience, to adapt, and to address shortages and vulnerabilities. But some existing dependencies were a reality, and that we cannot address these with short-term fixes. Pharmaceutical supply chains suffered very deep disruption despite our best coordination and mitigation efforts. And I had the opportunity, I was following your important conference for a while. I wanted to thank all those who we worked together from day one in order to really enable the supply chains to flow as effectively as possible and to deal with shortages as effectively as possible. But it became clear that we need to strengthen our ability to prepare for and to respond to future crises. And this really means about standing on our own 2 feet in protecting our citizens from health threats. The European Health Union is designed to do just that. Our work to build it so that we can protect our citizens' health, our economies and our societies is proceeding. I will give you an indication of what we have done and where we are now. The mandates of our agencies, the European Medicines Agency and the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, already have been strengthened. And the legal framework for cross-border health threats is getting much closer now to agreement. We have a new Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, HERA, which is already up and running in order to ensure that we have medical countermeasures in a health emergency. And HERA's important role has been evident from the first days we had Omicron and now in the current crisis of the war. The health union's reach will extend further, though, beyond core health security. We have Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, which is in motion. It is implementing ambitious actions. It has concrete timelines and deliverables, because altogether, and I believe I speak on behalf of us all, we want to improve outcomes for cancer patients and for their families. And we're proposing very soon a European health data space so that we can reap the huge potential of health data and put that data to the service of patients, to the service of industry and research, and to boost healthcare provision and innovation. And as I heard you discuss, we are revising our pharmaceutical legislation so that all Europeans have equal and timely access to affordable, effective, and greener medicines when they need them. This means guaranteeing a secure supply of medicines beyond crisis as well. There is a need for a clear, a better evidence-based understanding on how global pharmaceutical supply chains operate. And our structured dialogue on the security of supply of medicines, which we have announced in the pharmaceutical strategy, has contributed to this. It has brought together supply chain stakeholders, national competent authorities, healthcare professionals, and patient representatives. And the dialogue has pointed to issues that we need to analyze around vulnerabilities in the supply chains, including dependencies that present a risk. The Commission has already set a number of key initiatives on track. Firstly, our recent study on medicine shortages provided an insight into root causes, some linked to chain supply vulnerabilities. Secondly, revising our pharmaceutical legislation will future-proof it, making sure it embraces innovation and enhances security of supply while ensuring the EU is open for international trade. This will take into account insights from shortages studies and the structured dialogue. And thirdly, the Commission will launch its EU FAB project to create a network of ever-warm, as we say, single or multi-technology production capacities for vaccine and medicine manufacturing that can be activated in future crises, even when there is less market demand. And in addition, conversations in other fora will help address specific challenges. On the one hand, national pricing and reimbursement authorities and healthcare payers should look together at how procurement and pricing policies could take better account of security and continuity of supply. And on the other hand, continued engagement with international counterparts to increase regulatory convergence at an international level could make supply chains more robust and resilient. So, dear ministers, dear honourable members of the European Parliament, dear friends, important projects of common European interest are not only about medicines and health. They are also a question of security. Our health, as we saw during the pandemic, has become, if I may say, a geopolitical issue. Europe is strong enough to stand on its own feet and to ensure the citizens have medicines they need at all times. And that's why I can warmly welcome the manifesto that you are signing today. I recall the first discussion with President von der Leyen, President Macron, and Chancellor Merkel on this issue of strategic autonomy of medicines. The strong push and the momentum their political will gave to bring about change, this they gave us. And we need all together to continue building on that momentum for our citizens and our industry. With the right level of strategic ambition and the European vision, we can develop a European health union with an independent, a competitive, and innovative healthcare sector that European citizens not only want, but also deserve. Thank you for your attention.
Merci, merci.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for that initial conclusion of our morning of discussion and roundtables, and thank you for closing that. I'll now hand over to Olivier Véran, French Minister of Health.
Madame la Commissaire.
Commissioner, dear Stella, Mr. Commissioner, dear Thierry, Delegate Minister, dear Agnès Pannier-Runacher, members of the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, dear Antoine Tenier, who is welcoming us to this wonderful venue, Paris Santé campus, which illustrates very well the determination to develop the healthcare industry of the future in Europe. We wanted to gather here major stakeholders to share our joint ambition to have a competitive and innovative, independent health sector in Europe. This is a subject that can help us to build a stronger Europe, but above all, a Europe based on solidarity, really in times of peace and in troubled times. We stand with our friends in Ukraine, of course. A unity when it comes to healthcare and pharmaceutical industry to provide good care for the patients, their well-being, and a high level of health. It's not a technical subject. It may seem technical, but first and foremost, it's a very concrete issue. It is a source of hope in the lives of our fellow citizens in Europe. Throughout the European Union, social Europe always figures large in election campaigns, but it's on the agenda of the French Presidency of the Council of the European Union at the moment. It's something that we all believe in. It's a way of giving new hope and optimism to Europe after these 2 years of the pandemic, which have revealed the strengths and weaknesses of healthcare in Europe. 3 weeks ago, I organized an informal European Council in Lyon and Grenoble with the 27 ministers of health of the European Union, and I said we should show our determination to scale up healthcare, not just words but deeds. We spent 2 days together in Lyon and in Grenoble, and it really brought us close together. My fellow ministers and Stella, who was there, also saw this, that there was a real determination to count, to take measures that count. Healthcare should not be the forgotten pillar of European policies. On the contrary, when we sit around the same table as other ministers from other fields, our voice should be heard loud and clear. Standards in health should not be considered as less important than standards in industry or digital matters. And I think there was a shift. There was a real shift. Over the coming weeks and months, we are going to really scale up a European IPCEI in health was not something that could be taken for granted at the beginning. Not everybody signed up at the outset, but there was a strong majority in favor of this, of the health crisis, the vaccine campaign, where Europe was the leading continent in terms of production, donations, sales. We saw that working together counted. If we hadn't worked together, we wouldn't have succeeded. And we thought, well, if we managed that during COVID, we should be able to do it generally, hence HERA, the IPCEI, and our determination to predict future crises, to work ever more closely together, work on rare illnesses, for instance. At the ministry, I brought together European ministers to talk about this, to work together on fundamental research, R&D, industrial development, so that we can forge ever further ahead. I'm sure that we will succeed together to strike the right balance in the four major pillars: guarantee access to treatment, especially for illnesses that are rare or not covered by health insurance schemes, and also antimicrobial resistance, the silent pandemic that's known that kills so many people, 1 million people a year worldwide, without weakening the healthcare systems of member countries. Second pillar, strong strategic autonomy when dealing with crises, stimulating competitive and sustainable R&D, and be an example worldwide for coordinated and shared healthcare. When we say an example worldwide, we have a lot of expertise, we have a good reputation. It's known beyond the European continent, and we must promote it more. I think that there we have a challenge of soft diplomacy, of influence. European countries, France, but many other European countries have always had a foothold in Africa in matters of healthcare. And over the last decades, what we've seen is gradually we've been withdrawing, and others have taken over. But we need to demonstrate that we have an excellent healthcare. There's a general belief that that is the case. So we haven't lost out on this. We can make up lost ground. I would like to thank all of those who've helped to set up the EU pharmaceutical strategy, the Commission, the European ministers, public and private partners who have been here at this conference. I'd also like to thank the European Parliament, particularly Mrs. Dolores Montserrat, for her report, which puts patients at the heart of all healthcare policies and makes the Union a leader in healthcare. Tomorrow in France, we will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the 4th of March law that was voted by Bernard Kouchner to protect the rights of patients. Patients were always seen as passive. They're now seen as users. They're active. They have rights. And they say that access to health is really an entitlement. The French presidency is in favor of more transparency and supervision of the supply chain of APIs right through to finished products. It seems obvious. Everyone believes that. We don't want to have 80% dependency on Asia, China, and India for APIs, for major therapeutical measures. That's simply unthinkable in the current climate, and we need to reindustrialize Europe, European reindustrialization. There's no point to having pharmaceutical companies to produce the same products everywhere. We have to gain sovereignty over active ingredients. We saw how fragile and vulnerable we are with masks, anesthetics. Throughout the European Union, we all suddenly thought, well, how are we going to cope if we don't have the right anesthetics? Securing supply chains was something, a source of concern before the pandemic. We've seen better now how these complex global supply chains function, and we've been able to identify various factors of vulnerability. It's a long road ahead, but we've already come quite a long way by being involved in voting laws and also in other measures. Europe will have to rise to the challenge to provide versatile and resilient healthcare sector based on solidarity. The adoption of the IPCEI is a major step forward because it promotes innovation in the healthcare sector at the heart of our economies. It's a new contribution to improving quality of access to care for patients. With structured EU-wide projects, we will improve the well-being of our populations, and it's an opportunity that means that the Union is in a dynamic of international competition, as we've shown with the vaccination policy, in working with laboratories and research institutions. The way we've managed the pandemic has shown that we are able to adapt, we are agile and versatile and protect our populations. This solidarity has also gone beyond our borders thanks to donations made by EU countries. We have to continue and do more so that tomorrow the countries to which we give vaccines are able to use them properly. And this is, of course, a major issue. The drastic situation in Ukraine means that we're confronted with a new crisis. A number of meetings steered by DG Health, HERA, etc., have identified needs so that Europe can provide concrete responses in responding to the expectations of Ukraine itself and the countries who have borders with Ukraine. And we're going to have a meeting for later on today to talk about the health crisis there. I welcome the setting up of HERA and its presence in helping the populations there. France, of course, my ministry, have made available medical equipment for Ukraine. Doctors, ministers of health are confronted with ever more crises. Therefore, we have to be constantly ready to manage crises of all types. Stella, Thierry, let's retain and maintain our agility, our ability to adapt. We've demonstrated that this works during the pandemic, and it's working now in responding to the situation in Ukraine. HERA is part of this agile response to crises. HERA is a major player, a global player. It demonstrates solidarity. It has dialogue with its counterparts elsewhere, the US, BARDA, and in Africa as well. And I thank you for your attention and wish you all a very good conference this afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Minister Sir. We're going to have lunch now. And this is level -1. Obviously, for those who are following remote, you won't be able to take part in that lunch, but I invite you back at 2:15. And we have a press conference at the moment in room -1 for the press. You can connect via Zoom if you wish to the press conference. We'll have 4 workshops right through to 4:30 this afternoon. Take advantage of the break, have some food and do some networking. And there's also an exhibition where startups will be showing their latest innovations with demonstrations. That's between 2 and 4 throughout the afternoon. Thank you.
Hey. Hey.
Je peux lui en donner un déjà? Vas-y, vas-y. Attends, je vais faire un pour elle. Ils sont mutés?
Dans le public, il n'y aura que 2 journalistes presse écrite. Donc vous attendez pas que ce soit plein. Test, essai, 1, 2, bonjour. Tu veux que je continue à parler, Romain? Romain, c'est OK pour toi?
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous.
Hello, everybody. Perhaps we can begin. The purpose of this conference is to launch a new stage in European industrial cooperation in the health sector. The health crisis broadly showed our vulnerability here in Europe. You're familiar with the figures. 80% of the active principles that we consume in Europe are actually produced outside our continent, mainly in Asia, and in particular in China and in India. We are not able to produce some medicines at all, some of which are very basic drugs. And in the same context, we are confronted with two major challenges. The first is that treatment is going through a revolution with the emergence of predictive and personalized medicine, and then the huge progress made in biotherapy and bioproduction. It's not just the molecules that are changing, but it's the way in which they are produced that's changing as well. And there we're seeing really disruptive innovations at work. And the second challenge is that there are huge health risks, for instance, antimicrobial resistance, that can have global repercussions if it were to spread a lot in Europe. To respond to this situation, a number of initiatives have been launched by the European Union. There's the European Cancer Plan and also the setting up of HERA. And I welcome the creation of this authority that's already operation and is intended to reinforce resilience in Europe and coordinate our ability to prepare for crises and manage them. But we need to go further. And today we are going to take a new step which will scale up healthcare cooperation. After more than 6 months of work, we can announce that 16 member countries, it was 15 this morning, 14 yesterday, 16 now. So the pace of the discussions is moving very fast with an ever broader coalition backing this project. So 60 member countries declared their determination to have industrial cooperation around healthcare industries by signing a manifesto for the founding of an important project for of common European interest in the sector of health. This helped us to be the leading world producer of electric batteries as a major platform ahead of the US and Asia, thanks to a similar initiative. And we're hoping that this one will help us to take the technological lead. The IPCEE in health has a political vision, scope and a timetable. The political vision is to invest in very innovative projects that are strategic for the future of the European Union and improving access to care for patients. The scope is 3 strategic poles for European healthcare sectors. First of all, developing more innovative and greener production technologies and processes. The moment, the way in which medicine is produced is changing very fast, even if the molecules are sometimes the same. And this can lead to a far-reaching change in a global health sector. We need to take a position so that we're in the lead here. The second topic is innovating in strategic issues such as antimicrobial resistance, developing treatments for rare illnesses, and developing treatments to cope with future pandemics. Always a focus on innovation. And thirdly, developing gene and cell therapies. And there too, there's huge potential. Regarding the time frame, this time frame is intended to have as broad a possible integration for member countries. It's in 2 phases. So we're going to pre-notify our projects to the European Commission as of June 2022 under the French Presidency, with a second series of pre-notifications in October. This also takes into account other time frames for each of the member countries. And then subsequently, we will consider a second wave before the end of this year with pre-notification of projects in other major domains such as medical devices, medtech, and more generally, e-health. Health is a very broad area, of course, and when talking about scope, significant. It gives rise to lots of discussion amongst and within the member countries because we need to identify priorities that have the biggest impact. France will play a major role in this new step for the healthcare industry. It will invest 1.5 billion euros in the projects supported within the frame of the IPCEI for health. The President announced that this would be the case. I think it was in July 2021. And this was confirmed when the France 2030, the France to 2030 plan was presented in November. There was a health part to that. For health, generally, the figure is 7.7 billion euros, the ambition being to regain our rightful place as healthcare leaders, a place that we had 20 years ago and that we have gradually seen eroded because we didn't invest enough in public policies. We are rebuilding health sovereignty. We have been over the last 4 years. I will not hold you up any further. I'm happy to answer any questions, obviously. Thank you. Raphaël Moreau from France Presse Médicale. You mentioned a last phase. Is Germany here? Germany was behind the project at the beginning. Why hasn't it signed? And then in the selection, you talked about 300 applications in France. How are you going to select those you're going to pre-notify to the Commission? And for the companies concerned, is there time to submit new projects? And finally, funding 1.5 billion for France. What about the other countries? How big will this IPCEI be? Well, let me answer the first and the last questions together. Germany, right from the start, has been active in the working group and has been behind this health IPCEI. And now it needs to get domestic validation of the budget to be invested in this priority. And that's why as of today, there are discussions with the Bundestag, but Germany cannot, at this point in time, sign the manifesto because of those. That's all underway. And there are countries that are all at various stages in the whole process. Don't forget that there are a number of countries who have got a new government, and so the phase of governance varies from one country to another. Currently, a number of countries have already launched call for projects. We're ready with matching with some countries. Others will be issuing a call for interest before June so that they can join in the pre-notification phase in June. So countries are at various stages in this, and the amounts committed by countries are not confirmed in all cases. Regarding our own call for interest, it's true that we had 300 responses coming up through the healthcare sector. How will we select? Well, we will choose projects that we think will have the biggest impact in terms of innovation, disruptive innovation, and transforming the sector, and that will fill gaps. So in other words, building complementary capacities where we have gaps currently. And finally, is it too late to submit projects? No, they can still do this. There are a number of different waves in the project, so they still have time to do that. Our approach is based on the following rationale. We want to identify the potential of French companies to make sure they're all on our radar, and then help them to develop their projects and submit them. We've got various tools to provide flanking measures for these firms. Also in France 2030, various other projects. So please, if you have an interest as a company, let us know, and we will try and help you as best we can. This is clearly a priority in our industrial strategy.
As regards the state of play, 9 member states have already issued an appeal for expression of interest for this triggering of the project, and I give you detail of the countries perhaps offline, so I don't have to run through and have you note them down. No further questions? Thank you very much.
Qui sera consacré à des ateliers. Donc,
So we'll begin immediately with the first workshop, Building Bridges Between Industrials and Startups, the Challenge of Intellectual Property. And here we have Xavier Apollinarsky, who's the CEO of SAT Paris-Saclay, and Michael Contrastin, Vice President Strategy and Engineering with EG 427. They are up here with me. So, gentlemen, I hand over to you, and I'll come back to the questions. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody, and including those of you from afar. My name is Xavier Apollinarsky. This is an acceleration technology transfer startup. We're there to link up research labs and what you need to create startups and have industrial transfer. There are 13 accelerators of this type in France. They manage some 3,500 patents. Since 2012, there have been well over 1,000 technology transfers, and they've facilitated the creation of 600 startups. And we're here today because this is really part and parcel of the Society of Technology Transfers, and there are some 40% of the technology transfers and startup creations that transit through research laboratories of this type. Michael Contrastin can now introduce himself. Thank you, Xavier. Well, that's my name, Michael Contrastin. I'm Vice President for Strategy and Engineering with the EG 427, which is a young biotech. It was created in 2019 after a technology transfer from the academic sector. Our company develops a new generation vector development for herpes derivative transfers, and our initial product is to do with pathologies in the peripheral nerve zone. And here we're talking about specific pathologies in certain patients. Intellectual property is a fundamental aspect of technology transfers. And our young biotech, which has been developing this new vector platform, obviously wants to base itself on IP activities and develop them further so that we can boost the company and work in a partnership strategy. And that's what we're going to try to talk about today. But before we get to grips with the subject, Xavier, maybe you could shed a little light on IP in the health sector in general. Yes, absolutely. The health sector, this brings together the broadest base of IP activities. We're going to be talking about patents, obviously, but we'll also be talking about living material, viruses. We've got databases from clinical trials, which are covered by IP. And obviously, there's data, because we're talking about personalized healthcare. And in the development of a drug, we need to take on board all sorts of things to do with individuals, their eating habits, where they live, and so on. And it's all part of the IP. The health sector is hard hit, in fact, by the copyright issues as well. In other words, the software that is going to make it possible to develop software assets, particularly in artificial intelligence, so as to design new molecules, APIs, and also to facilitate or accelerate the development chain. So we can see that the health sector is the most varied in terms of integrating IP in its approach, and there's a specific characteristic as regards the time factor. Michael, perhaps you could tell us a little bit about this, time and IP in the health sector. Well, perhaps I'm stating the obvious, but I think everybody knows full well that the healthcare market is a highly regulated one. And one of the features of this is the duration, whether we're talking about research, development, validation, so that at the end of the day, we get through to the business. When we're talking about digital health, We're talking about shorter time spans than in classical therapeutic treatment. But this is a major issue, the time factor, and IP is an asset that can provide support to the duration element, and it means that the development can go from beginning to end, and sometimes we're talking about 10 years. So I think it's an asset that's particularly significant in view of the time factor. Obviously, this is something that the sector has picked up on and used. Xavier, when you're talking about the time, that's one thing, but there's the complexity as well. There's a mode of organization in the sector which has managed to make use of the IP asset. Yes, absolutely. In the health sector, over these long periods which typify the health sector, we've got research teams that change in companies, and the people who were there at the beginning are definitely not going to be there at the end of the development of an innovation or the creation of the company, certainly the entry onto the market. So the only vehicle you have in biotech or such a development that's going to be there from beginning to end is intellectual property, IP. And if you take the time factor and IP and take a look at those who produced it, what the researcher wants to do is to publish it and come out with a patent as quickly as possible, which is contradictory vis-à-vis Big Pharma, where the IP is to come out as late as possible so they can protect their asset when it is commercialized. So we have these opposing elements, and open innovation is going to make things even more complex in terms of the relation to IP as regards the three different players, in other words, research labs, startups, and Big Pharma. So to manage all of this, it's really important to have a structural approach to the portfolio. So maybe Michael could say something about this and explain how we deal with this difficulty as regards IP and open innovation, and how do we have a good IP portfolio, Michael? Well, this is really the core of the issue. If we want to collaborate in open innovation over time and use the IP assets as a real tool to this end, we have to avoid this sort of confrontation or conflict between the different players. In other words, that means anticipating and structuring things. So that is what I see as the IP strategy and the main feature that all of the players have to sign up to. So if we take a look at the things that underlie the strategy, for the downstream players, not necessarily academia, but the startups and the pharma who are going to be using the developments. There's partnerships, there's competition. Obviously, that'll be more defensive in terms of the strategy as regards IP, and the assets, particularly for the biotechs that develop them, are fundamental assets, and they're used to attract investment. So there's a real need to move away from this sort of dead end for all who are going to be involved in cooperating, collaborating on these underlying assets. It's important to anticipate the way in which they will deal with the protection of their own IP, being fully aware of the expectations of the players downstream. I'll say more about that in detail shortly, but this ability to anticipate and to understand and to structure things is vital, particularly because those who are most upstream, and we're talking about the initial assets, are academics, researchers. I know that you work directly with them, so maybe you could tell us a little bit about this. How do you explain the success of IP that's been well prepared by academics? Okay, well, in this roundtable, we're focusing on the most upstream part, in other words, academic research, and there's a reason for that. If you take a France Biotech study, it says that 2/3 of the assets at the origin of creations of biotech startups come from academia. So the very origin of IP, which makes it possible for startups to emerge, comes from academic research. And when you take account of what's at stake, we were talking about the timeline earlier on. In other words, a good researcher is what? Is somebody who publishes and is going to be a good supervisor to DPhil students and make them produce as many publications as possible. It's also the importance of managing relations with industrial partners. But today, and this is true at national and European level, acknowledgement of the researcher relies on publications. If we take a look at what's involved as regards IP and the initial patents that are going to give the quality of the assets, you've got a researcher who's going to spend 10 days on the creation of a patent, 10 days out of 20 years. So you can see that as regards the structuring of the portfolio, what's going to make it possible for the generation at the origin of the portfolio of a future biotech, it's a minute portion of the time that's actually going to create this value. So the time spent on this by the researcher, it's not really his or her work, it's not his or her job. And I think at national and European level, we have to be able to accompany the academics and be as close to them as possible at a local level with structures that will allow them to exploit and enhance what they're doing and integrate all of this into their scientific production and make sure that there is the real inclusion of the IP portfolio strategy that Michael has referred to, because that will increase relevance in terms of the strength of the portfolio for the future years of the biotech. And also, it's important from the point of view of relations with industry to build bridges between the startup and industry. So, Michael, could you perhaps say a little bit about this and tell us what are the metrics or what's the magic potion that you need to have what is most relevant in order to create value? Because after all, that's what we're all interested in. From the point of view of the biotech or the startup that's going to constitute an IP portfolio, we can say already at this stage that it's going to inherit certain things. It'll make up part of the portfolio. So that's the first feature. It's important to try to optimize the process. So patents are filed by academics that make it possible to cover the disruptive elements during research. And there's another feature as well that is important. These assets very often stem from lengthy and complex research involving a whole range of different players. So from the point of view of IP, by definition, it already makes the portfolio very complex. And this portfolio is going to be inherited by the biotech. That's one of the features that's very important. So enhancing the asset, that you have to see that from the point of view of securing the asset as regards the future. What I think is vital if the biotechs are to be able subsequently to grow and to develop together with external partners, they have to have developed their own IP strategy. They have to know precisely what they want to develop internally. They have to know what their technology is rooted in, and in this way they can anticipate future collaboration to see where there is room for cooperation and collaboration and sharing of IP. So we're talking about anticipation and understanding at the point of structuring the portfolio when patents are filed and not subsequently once they've been filed. Because as you probably already know, there are a number of, there's a certain irreversibility feature in intellectual property which makes things rather more complex if you're trying to do it after the event. So to build partnerships in a win-win situation from the point of view of IP, it's really important to anticipate these elements. And this brings me to the question of competence, skills, the training of all involved in the whole chain. And when we're talking about skills and competence, we have to take a look at the ecosystem of the biotechs. Maybe you could say something about that. Yes, indeed. The challenges have been identified. But as regards the culture, so to speak, or the mindset, I mean, we've heard that 2/3 of the assets come from academia and 60% of biotech startups have also come from research or have people in their teams from research. So the IP culture or mindset and the strategy mindset is part and parcel of most startups and research labs. So the IP strategy culture, where we're linking up emergence and business, is developed over a period of several years. And it'll strengthen the vehicle for the different assets and different scientific results so as to make the best use of IP. There are all sorts of things that can be done at European, national and local level. We have to have an IP culture that is fully integrated into education at academic level. It has to be pretty much as important as the metrics of investment. There's a lack of knowledge about IP that is really significant. So that has to be beefed up in the training, including of researchers as well, because you have to succeed at the very start. You can't make up for errors in an inadequate publication or some lack of attention at the specific time. So improving training. IP groups or consultants have to be there to provide services to all of the players involved, which is important for the IP strategy. People come and go. It's important to make use of knowledge for a startup, for a research lab. It can be done through IP consultants. They have their knowledge. They're at an interface, if you like, between academia and industry, and they manage a significant chunk of the assets of a company that will allow for the emergence of startups. Not everything, obviously, but already it's a way of having a benchmark. And the IP strategy that we're trying to demonstrate the value of here doesn't come about spontaneously, necessarily, in all of these consultants. And then there are ecosystems that have to be strengthened as well. We've got France Brevet, France Patents, which means that in health strategy, it's possible to make use of the assets to bring out the relevant companies. I mean, we've done similar things with batteries, so why not do it with health? So this is really something I feel very strongly about, and that's why I'm putting this message across. Michael, perhaps you could summarize the situation and see how we can come up with a good partnership between startups and industry through a well-managed approach to IP. Well, to try to sum up, what's important is anticipation, training. And I would conclude by saying that intellectual property in the context of these partnerships, well, it's just a tool. It shouldn't prevent us from doing something. It should allow us to do something. It's a tool. It's to support the business in an open, multi-partner, long-term ecosystem. It has to be used correctly, and if that is done, then it's the IP asset approach that will make it possible for us to grow the economic activity, and this is what underlies the activity. And we shouldn't get hung up on specifics. We have to take a look at how to generate value make the best use of IP so that we can move forward together and create partnerships, which after all create business. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that was a very clear presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any questions from the floor. Questions or comments, for that matter. It's always hard after lunch. It's the toughest slot of the day. Yes, there's a question over here. Please wait until you've got the microphone. The microphone is not working. You will have to speak into a microphone for everybody who's following remotely and also for the interpretation.
Yeah, oui, ça marche. Allez-y.
I'd like to make a comment coming back to what you were saying IP culture at industrial level has to be beefed up in universities. Now, I feel that I've been hearing this for some 25 years already. So the underlying question is, what's really being done? I mean, it's all very well to say that PhD students have to be guided better. I mean, what's actually being done? Well, perhaps it's oversimplifying things. Obviously, we do this sort of thing on DPhil programs. Obviously, you've got teaching about innovation, creation of companies, and so on. What's important, though, is to move from an IP culture where we have a sort of a typology of the knowledge about IP, shifting to what Michael was referring to as the IP strategy. And that's where we were talking about the change. Yes, we do teach IP, but we don't teach the operational side of it, how it's actually rolled out, how you come up with a strategy on the basis of an asset or a scientific result. And perhaps that's the next step that's been missing. Transform knowledge by making it operational for students and also for those creating companies.
And in particular for people who build business in business schools, who talks about IPs? If you look at the last 10 years, things have been done for PhD students and students in general, but in supporting entrepreneurship, there are some steps in the right direction, offering the right types of training, but quite clearly there has been progress. The thing is, have we got where we need to be? I think not for the moment. That's a question that is very heartfelt, I feel. But, you know, assets are so complex today. You can't do something useful if you don't have the software, the data, all that with the results of a trial. And the IPs and all of those ingredients at the end of the day are going to produce something that can enhance patient care. So over the last 10, 20 years, I think there's a process that's getting faster and faster these days. So you've got a sheer effect between the time for developing conventional therapeutics and on the other side, an asset management approach which involves portfolio management. You have to be able to plan forward to have the necessary economic impact and create jobs. That's the issue that I'm trying to explain to people. Thank you. Are there any other questions? And of course, we invite all of you who are connected remotely to send any questions or comments. There's one here. To what extent do you think that recent developments in intellectual property rights make the case for a European patents portfolio in order to shorten lead times? Well, on the tech side, what we see is what Xavier was explaining. There have been success stories using IPs for sectoral approaches that have worked. And in some areas, this has indeed mobilized and acted as a catalyst. As I say, it's not an end in itself. The question is, can you leverage this type of tool in order to support the more general effort? And so this sectoral issue, as I say, it's not about that in itself, but it's something that can be leveraged and added to the process, knowing there are long timelines and complex players. Okay, I was feeling a bit strange about the beginning of your answer, but I think I can say that what we need now is to have shared European therapeutic targets, because here is now a European priority, and that needs to be focused on certain diseases, pathologies, so that we can focus the assets that we have in Europe so that each country can manage and challenge them to bring forward what I would call champions, really. So feeding into European industry and future startups on the basis of shared results and outcomes. Otherwise, you can't bring all of these assets together from each part of the continent. We still have a way to go there in all of our regions and countries in the EU before we actually have a strong core of therapeutics, before that can be aggregated at European level in order to develop champions, as we saying in batteries. Thank you very much. Quick summing up for each of you before we leave. If not, thank you very much. Thank you, both of you. I think that was very interesting. Thank you for your questions. So that's it for the first workshop. And we are going to the next one. We'll have a little jingle between the two.
Voilà.
So here we are back for our second workshop. Is greening our health industries a break on performance or an opportunity for relocation? Very interesting question. So thank you for being with us. We have Sébastien Taillemette, who's president of Ecovamed, and Carole Monduchet, director of corporate affairs at AstraZeneca France. So I'm turning to you again. All of you who are connected remotely, do send in your questions when we get to the Q&A. I have a few ready in any case. A very general question to start with. Why do you think the green transition is a big issue today for the health sector, in particular for companies themselves? Sebastian, would you like to kick off? Yes, thank you for that introduction. No doubt. I mean, this morning we've been talking about a lot of things like health, security, the difficulty in finding funding for innovative startups. We've been talking about speeding up access to innovative therapies. So the ecological transition that doesn't come up much in this discussion might be seen as less relevant, but I think over the next 20 minutes we'll see that that's not true. It's a vital challenge, even if there's less about it when referring to health, much more comes to transport and buildings, for example, but nonetheless across European countries, public health systems represent 9 to 15% of emissions. I think it's about 8% that was measured recently for France. 8% of the University of Barcelona in Germany gave a figure of 7% in Germany. And if you take all the large European countries, and the smaller ones, we'll find it's somewhere between 5 and 9%. So it's quite considerable. So the impact of health systems on the environment is by no means negligible. And when you look at all the measures at European level, Fit for 55, cutting 55% of carbon emissions by 2030, or the back carbon policy we have in France, which is about achieving the same sort of target, and for industry, because we'll be talking about health industries now, there's the low carbon strategy, which is about reducing emissions by 35% in 2030, which is only 7-8 years ago, so away. So it's a huge step forward that needs to be taken. We can see that the environment and carbon emissions are all vital for health systems. And if we drill down into the health systems and how these emissions break down, we'll find about half comes from the health industry. That's to say, those that supply health professionals for and patients, and then there's the health system itself, hospitals, GPs, etc., because hospitals obviously account for a major share of the total. And if I focus now a little bit more on the 50% coming from the health sector industries, it depends on countries and the various sectors, but drugs usually come in around 25-33% for total health sector emissions. So if you compare that with the national total, drugs are 2.5% of national emissions in total, which is considerable, and medical equipment's the rest, because I said it was 50% for health industries. In France, what we see is medical equipment's about 20% and drugs 30%. And that's the sort of order of magnitude you find across all European countries. And in most of them, because if you take the United States, it's 10% of emissions from the health sector. Australia's not far behind. China's probably 6-7. So you can see that it all is pretty closely grouped together. All these figures are roughly the same across all countries. Now, in addition to the question of CO2 emissions that our health systems produce, there is an environmental impact on our health. That's the other side of the coin, but which is very significant. And for that part, I think I'll hand over to Carol to explain how that works. Yes, thank you, Sebastian. Yes, today, the health of the planet and people on it and the health of our economies, all that's interconnected. Today, we can see that we've come through a planetary health crisis with a pandemic, or what we see less is that the climate crisis is not just an environmental emergency, but also a health emergency, because many health problems today are due to the climate and climate change. For example, respiratory diseases, chronic cardiovascular diseases, but also cancer. WHO today thinks there's 1 premature death out of 4 due to environmental causes, which shows how closely individual health is linked to the health of the planet. And we've quoted a lot of figures. If you look at other figures, we can see that the health sector overall is 4%. So we individually and industrialists also have a major role to play. And another lesson learned from the pandemic is that cooperation and technology and science can make a difference. And through public-private partnerships, so we were able to respond quickly to a pandemic despite the climate crisis. And now we have to work around the world to apply this PPP approach to address the question of climate change going forward. Let me pick up on the question of partnerships, because obviously saying that it's important means we have to look at what is actually being done, because there is a lot being done. And there are things going on in hospitals, on public health authorities, and also in industry. In hospitals, increasingly, you can see things emerging. A few months ago, okay, this is Paris Santé, here in France. So the French body PHP started a survey of environmental impact of carbon emissions, not just to measure, but also to be able to take decisions subsequently based on what type of treatment is chosen or what kind of medical equipment is used, aimed at bringing down the hospital's footprint whilst at the same time maintaining top quality care. And so that all this for the patient is transparent or neutral. In Europe, there are all sorts of initiatives underway. The NHS in the UK. The UK is no longer in the EU, but nonetheless, they've been working in this area for years. They've been trying to reduce their carbon footprint with a specific timeline and working with suppliers, hospitals, and building energy efficiency. One of the first things that came up was on anesthetics gases. That has a major impact on hospitals, and then gradually moved on to more complex issues because you start with the low-hanging fruit and then you go on to the tougher issues. So today they have a roadmap for all procurement with supplier requirements and various milestones. By 2024 they have to have a step 1, step 2, and then after that there'll be all their suppliers included in the scope. So this has started a momentum, and there's a US association, but I think with partners in Belgium, ESCAM I think it's called, that produces a lot of sharing of experience between health professionals and hospitals to identify solutions aimed at bringing down the environmental footprint, carbon footprint of hospitals and public health systems. So we can see that among health professionals a lot is being done, and in industry, whether we're talking about companies supplying medical equipment or drugs, a lot has been started going back quite some time. I don't want to get too technical about this, but businesses have focused on what's known as Scope 1 and Scope 2, the carbon emissions from energy consumption, a gas boiler to heat a building or industrial process, or electricity purposes. But Scope 1, Scope 2, which is energy, just accounts for 15% of all pharmaceuticals emissions, and 85 to 90% is Scope 3 indirect emissions. That covers travel between home and work, investment, because when you build a plant, that means buildings, you buy industrial equipment, that's part of the footprint too, and that accounts for about 2/3 of an industry's carbon footprint. And there's procurement, goods and services. It means buying active ingredients, packaging, etc., involving intermediaries. If you want to have a low-carbon strategy and you want to bring your footprint down by 35–40%, even go for carbon neutrality in the long term, or get as close to it as possible, you're going to have to address Scope 3. And this type of procurement is much more complicated because you're not in control. It's the suppliers who have to act. And I'll pick up on this because it's about sharing good practices, the best practices, because often suppliers are small companies, much smaller than big pharmaceutical labs, and so they'll need more support. Labs already have structures in place. They've been studying this, addressing the issue for the last 10–15 years. So we do need to consider partnerships to achieve this goal. Individually, companies not going to be able to do it, but we need to go across the value chain and get everyone involved. And that's pretty much it, I would say.
Quelques exemples.
Yes, maybe a few specific examples of this. Health companies are involved in AstraZeneca. we've developed a zero carbon ambition plan where we want to be carbon neutral in scope 1 and 2, as our own emissions, by 2025. So that's highly ambitious. And then across our value chain, including scope 3, by 2030. We've done well so far because we've started and monitored our progress since 2015. We've brought our emissions down by 59%. That's GHG emissions, and 20% reduction in water consumption, even though we're growing and bringing out more products, which show that we're very resilient in the way we are organizing ourselves. More recently, last February, we announced a partnership with Honeywell for new generation inhalers for respiratory diseases, so as to use a gas, impeller gas, that is virtually zero environmentally harmful, which means that this will cover all our actions. And you can see, therefore, that we're talking about types of gas that are used by our patients. So we're going to explain to them how to use the new devices. So it's a green transition, and transition is the key word, because together we're going to have to work on this, whether it be professionals, patients, authorities, businesses, to make sure these new inhalers are available in the country. And you talked about scope 3. Well, this is where you have the highest carbon emissions. So we have decided that we will work with our partners and suppliers, and by 2030 we want 95% of our partners to have set clear quantifiable targets, which means that we've worked very hard with them, because it's a global or a value chain that involves a wide range of different sized players, and we have committed to sharing our experience and knowledge on decarbonization through various projects, including Energize, working with other laboratories, working with our suppliers and partners on renewable energies. And we've also worked with World Economic Forum and LSE London on a program for resilience and sustainability of our health systems, so that we can see how it's possible to improve our footprint, whether we're talking about pressure on health systems or the environment, as we've learned with the pandemic.
Est-ce que vous pouvez peut-être...
Thank you. Carol, perhaps I could ask you to talk about opportunities and risks or difficulties that this may give rise to for a company like AstraZeneca. Yes, of course I can. There's a lot of talk about product organization, but one of the opportunities is to treat the illness as quickly as possible using digital technology and all the innovation around that. We can intervene much earlier on in the treatment of a disease. We can adapt treatment. We can manage illnesses better and reduce the toll that the illness takes on the patient and on our economies and the healthcare system. If we work more on prevention and early diagnosis and early treatment, then we're going to be able to have less pressure on healthcare, better quality of life for patients, and better environmental footprint. I've got a figure here, actually. I don't want to get it wrong. In OECD countries, 3% of healthcare spending goes to prevention, of which only 20% is dedicated to vaccination and early detection and screening. If we were to detect earlier and treat earlier, we would have a healthier population and also a positive impact on the environment. Do you have anything to add to that? Yes. Opportunities and difficulties? Well, it's true that prevention is beneficial in terms of carbon footprint, because the medicine that has the lowest environmental footprint is the one you don't take at all, or you take very early on and for a very short period of time without follow-up care. Opportunities, yes, we need to change the way we think about all of this. There have been some regulations that asked companies to do a kind of carbon budget of the organization, the company as a whole. There's a regulation in France that requires firms of more than 500 employees to do a Scope 1 and Scope 2 assessment. If we want to have carbon neutral healthcare sectors, we need to work more product by product. We're not looking at the company as a whole or the organization as a whole, but really break it down to look at product by product and see how you're doing, and then try and see how you can lower the footprint each time. And there are many ways of doing this. For instance, you can use biosourcing in the calculation of carbon footprint for a pharmaceutical firm. It was clear that you could reduce this footprint by 30–50% through biosourcing. Then heat generation using biomass, for instance, that's another option. Recycling of some products, packaging, solvents. So the circular economy, broadly speaking. A lot can be done, and all of this needs to be thought through upstream. If you don't integrate this into your thinking as of the launch of the medicine, it gets very hard, the drug, it's very hard to change it subsequently. So this means we've got to get down to this very quickly, because 2030, it's quite soon, just around the corner, really, and you need to build it in right from the outset. It's a message of hope, really, because there are solutions, but we need to start introducing them very quickly. Well, let's try and how can we accelerate the green transition? What measures have to be taken, but still being competitive as compared to other firms that are doing environmental dumping? Well, you say accelerate the green transition. I think it's important to understand that all of this takes time. We're talking about innovation, about production chains. And in our line of business in health, we need to ensure continuity of care for patients. So, of course, this is a matter of some urgency in terms of the climate, but you need to give firms and the various players in the sector enough time to be able to put in place the right measures and the right systems. Otherwise, there could be a hiatus in the production chain, and this could give rise to problems for patients. So this requires cooperation, structured dialogue amongst all of the players, the authorities, the companies themselves, patients, healthcare professionals. And taking the example of new generation inhalers I was talking about earlier on, there are new regulations being drafted at the moment at EU level. I think that it's important to have an exchange with all of the partners, because restricting the use of CFCs is important, but we mustn't go too quickly, because we have to wait until we have the new inhalers on the market and ensure that the users are taught how to use them. So that would be a message. A world where there's a lot of talk about it's an emergency, it is, but we can't rush. Regarding environmental dumping, well, over the last 20 years, what we've seen is that production has shifted to Asia. European partners are not fighting on an equal playing field with the Asian competitors in terms of the environmental regulatory framework, which is very different. So I think there are perhaps two facets here, and then maybe the audience would like to react and come in. We can perhaps provide special support for the European players in to comply with stricter environmental standards. When there are calls for tender and the like, they might be given a preference by factoring in their environmental standards. And the second point is investment. The IPCEI was signed this morning. If we want to remove the CO2 emissions from the sector, we need new technologies, we need biomass boilers, recycling, which don't always have a quick return on investment. And there's a trade-off between new production capacities to be able to produce more drugs or secure more supply chains on the one hand, and investments that help reduce CO2 emissions on the other hand. So it's a trade-off, and we need tools that will help us to get through that difficult period. So help us to increase capacity, or with drugs that we already working with, we don't change, but lower CO2 emissions. Thank you very much indeed. So shall we see if there are any questions? Yes, if you just wait for the roving microphone. Hello, I have a question. I'm a supplier for the pharmaceutical industry. Thank you, Sébastien, for having raised the issue of investments, because if you're creating raw materials or new products and you want them to be greener, that has a cost, and return on investment takes a while to come through. How do you trade off between the need to meet your objectives regarding Scope 3 in particular, and possible conflict with industrialists who need to invest in new innovative systems that also cost money? Would the prices end up being a bit higher than dirtier options? Well, we work in partnership with various solutions with our suppliers. When it comes to innovation, we obviously have to think together about investments. We work together. We really want to collaborate with all of our partners. We've identified our partners, our suppliers, that are responsible for the higher CO2 emissions, to have discussions on going very quickly and see how we can advance. Greening of the health sector requires a lot of cooperation and positive incentives. We can't be punitive in our approach, and this is true at all levels throughout the industry. I believe we have a second question. Hello. Sébastien mentioned this briefly. It's up to each player to do their bit, of course, both for buyers and producers. You mentioned public procurement. There's been a lot of talk about value-based procurement in the DGOS, but often that's not the case. It's the lowest bidder who wins the contract, and it doesn't take into account all of the facets developed by a company. Blatant example during the crisis, masks, which were developed in France, but what we're seeing is that hospitals and all the public purchasers buy masks that are made in China in terms of CO2 emissions. That's not great. So what can be done to scale up? The ministries want to improve, but what companies are developing, the full palette of what they have to offer, is not taken into account in public procurement. I don't know if you can answer that. I realize that it's perhaps more a comment than a question for you as such. Well, at EcoVamed, we're developing a label produced in Europe for medical devices and drugs. And we also have a kind of environmental grading system there. You want to have a simple system. It's not going to cost too much. It's not going to be too cumbersome for the industrialists, but not oversimplified either. It has to actually indicate something about the environmental impact. So we're thinking this through with various authorities and some purchasing platforms for healthcare products. Try and find a system that's straightforward with clear criteria. And the purchasing platforms, whether public or private, the criteria may be different, can make their choices. Also, when contracts are awarded to multi-suppliers, taking into account environmental criteria. I think we've got a long way to go yet. This isn't something that's going to be done in a few weeks. I hope it could be done in a few months, possibly years, but 1 or 2 years, not decades. We're working on it. It's complex. We don't want to have to ask producers to do a complete environmental assessment as compared to all the competitors, because it's too cumbersome. We do have an online app that helps to make it a bit simpler, but still. So what we want to do is come up with a kind of hybrid system that would be a facilitator. I hope that by the end of the year we'll be able to come up with something that can be validated by authorities such as the ADEME here in France that would validate the method. There may be other methods too, because the more methods are on offer, the better. And coming back to what was said at the first roundtable this morning, for financial reasons, it's been decided to buy products on a large scale in cheap wage companies. I was reading an article, I think, in Le Monde a few days ago about environmental pollution caused by antibiotics, in particular in China, where the antibiotics are washed away in the factories' effluent. It's banned in Europe, fortunately. But the antimicrobial resistance will occur here in Europe, because once the antibiotics are out there in the rivers and the seas, then everybody is concerned. So you're buying cheaply, but actually you're creating problems down the line with antimicrobial resistance, for instance. So I think all of this has to be taken into account much more than has been the case. And this could be a catalyst to try and find solutions of the type you mentioned. Thank you. I believe we have a last question. I work in the production of vaccines in the pharmaceutical sector. Environmental issues need to be really anchored in production. You gave the example of antibiotics that are washed away with effluent. This should be the case for veterinary and human health. Shouldn't there be a kind of common framework? Environmental issues and human health, which of course are interlinked, and try and have a broader reflection about our hospital system, pharmaceutical production, which all have an impact on each other. I'm not sure that I'm able to answer all of this, but One Health is something we're all signed up to. We recognize the nexus, the interconnection. I began by saying this, the nexus between the health of the planet, of people, and of our economies, so the pandemic showed this very clearly, is clear. And there's an awareness, there's an action. ADEME has working groups which is thinking about this, the same with other bodies. There are initiatives, actions, solutions that are being put forward. It's something that's taken into account much more than in the past. Regarding the authorities and all the partners in the healthcare sector, there is this growing awareness. A lot of actions are being implemented, and there is a real determination to support France and the European Union in measures regarding protecting the environment, particularly with CO2 emissions. Is there a last question? If not, then thank you very much indeed. Thank you to both of you, Sébastien and Carole. It was a great exchange. And thank you for your questions and for participating in this workshop. We're going to have a short break. It's 15 minutes. It's the last opportunity to visit the stands of the health startups, and we'll come back at 3:30. Thank you.
Bonjour. Welcome back. This is for the third workshop, Innovating in Biomanufacturing, the key to better competitiveness for biotechs. That is what we're going to be talking about for the next half an hour. I am with three experts, Nadège Nieff, who's Deputy Head of Microtechnologies for Biology and Healthcare Division at the CEA. Hello. Jacques Volkmann, Vice President for R&D with the France Sanofi. Hello to you as well. And Franck Mouton, President of France Biotech. Thank you for joining us. Let me remind you that you can send any questions you have in writing. We're going to have 20 minutes discussion here and then 10 minutes for Q&A. I'll start with a first question about the challenges for the development of a bioproduction activity in Europe. Jacques, perhaps you could start. There are loads of challenges, but we can start by looking at challenges, or rather defining what we mean by bioproduction, because it's a concept that's rather general in nature. There are a number of things to recall. First of all, bioproduction means biomedication. 50% of new medicaments on the market today. It depends which studies you refer to, but that's the approximate figure. We're talking about volumes that are biomedicaments. So the future is going to be biomedicaments. That's the first thing. So what do we mean by biomedicament or biodrug? We take a living organism, generally a cell, and we have the production through a protein or a virus, or it might be a different type of RNA. So that's what we mean by bio. And when we're talking about the challenges, it's something that's actually complex. It takes a long time. As it takes a long time, it takes ages and complicated, so expensive. So there are challenges. Challenges in biomanufacturing is complexity and cost. So that means reducing bioproduction costs. That's the main challenge. It's vital. Second challenge, the value chain. It's difficult and complex to produce biodrugs, and it requires a number of technologies and skills that are very varied. It's a bit like an aircraft. You can't have an aircraft without a landing. You can't have the manufacturing of medication without certain things as well. So that's the first thing. The second thing. Thirdly, skills, knowledge. Around the value chain, you've got to have the right skills involved. As already been said several times over today, in Europe we've got the skills for the value chain. They can be developed further, they can be beefed up. We can anticipate new skills and competence. So all of this brings together a number of challenges facing us. And we have to prepare the future, and that means preparing bioproduction and the availability of the medication. Now, we've not been sitting twiddling our thumbs. There are all sorts of initiatives that started originally in the United States. That is what happens in general, or in the UK with the Catapult initiative. In Europe, there have been precursors, the idea being that bioproduction has to be at the very heart of this innovation. Belgium has been a precursor, Italy as well, and it's getting off the ground everywhere, which is great news. So we've got development of the bioproduction and strengthening our capability. And among the challenges, we have to be able to produce and manufacture. So for that, you need structures, you need different capabilities and capacity. It's a major challenge. We need a network, in other words, a capacity. And it's all highly complex in this area of biodrugs. So it gives us a rather complex context. An awful lot of challenges are ahead of us. There are other examples in France, for instance, while we're in Paris, and there are a number of mechanisms that make it possible to catch up, shall we say, through government plans, recovery plans. Last year, for example, or the year before, the specific contract program that was developed, identifying gaps in the chain, links that are missing. So there are all sorts of mechanisms that are coming into play. And more recently, we've been thinking about the sector, the industry, to better structure it in the biotechnology chain. And I hope in the long run, we'll have the creation of an alliance It will probably be called France BioLead, which will make it possible to catalyze everything that has to be done in terms of biomanufacturing. So you can see there's an awful lot in the way of challenges, but it's all very interesting. Thank you, Franck. What about access time, depending on the types of molecules that we're talking about in Europe? Okay, before talking about access times, let me add another point. In France, we've got around about 800 biotechs. It's really a very dynamic sector. Among the 800, around about half of them are developing biodrugs. In other words, medication drugs, as Jack was saying, that requires organisms to produce them. And there's another aspect as regards innovation, and this is part of the challenges. Every day, new technologies are identified to have the most personalized approach to medicine of tomorrow. You take the patient's cells, they're transformed, they're re-injected, and this means that we have notions of proximity, which are really an important part of this approach to biomedication. I'll come back to your question, I haven't forgotten. But we're taking a look at this as regards the capacity available on a certain territory. Certain things are difficult. We have to be close to the patient in order to get cells, transform them, re-inject them for treatment. Very often in the biotechs that I've been talking about, we're seeing today that they have to produce their drugs on other continents, particularly in the US. And once you start the initial development of your biodrugs, you've got a partnership with a subcontractor who's going to manufacture them. You're with them for life, pretty much. So that means that there's a lost opportunity for Europe in this. The timelines, well, we don't have enough subcontractors responsible for the manufacturing of these biodrugs, where the technology has to evolve in line with what's happening in the biotechs. This morning, the minister was saying that one of France's concerns is to be a leader in gene and cell therapies. Nowadays, you need some 9 to 12 months to get a manufacturing slot. That's even before it's off the ground. So you can see that there's an imbalance in time and in financially as well, because there aren't enough of these players. There's an oligopoly, and it means that there's an increase in prices. It's very high. So the investments can be very heavy because of the lack of capacity. Jacques was saying that. And there's another point to be added. Given that the technologies are highly complex today, we're saying that for a produced batch, we'll have around about 50% success. You've got the time for the availability slot and then time to produce it with a success probability of around about 50%. So you can see what has to be done in order to accompany the wave of innovation that's very strong in terms of biodrugs. And we take this in the context of bioproduction. Nadezhnev, what about the technologies and the resources that have to be developed as a priority to have more in the way of mass production while remaining competitive? As Jacques was saying, there's a huge challenge facing us linked to the complexity of producing the biodrugs. We come up against limits that we can do away with thanks to disruptive innovation. What we have to do is to use nanotechnologies in order to have better control on a continuous basis of the bioprocesses. We're talking about very variable processes that require sensors that can guide in real time what's going on. So the disruptive technologies expected are integrated microphysics, modeling systems, AI, possibly on board in order to process the data locally, in order to improve the processes by improving yield. Other than that, we're expecting for an optimization of yield and advanced therapies such as cell and gene therapy. We're talking about optimizing yield of around about 4 log 5. So we need this sort of disruptive approach, public-private partnerships as well, that'll make it possible for these technologies to emerge. And then they have to be transferred to industry very quickly. So that's the first line of attack for online piloting, and we hope that in the long run it's going to be possible to bring down the production cost by some 50% and reduce by a factor of 6 the development time of bioprocesses. So that's the short-term approach. In parallel, into the medium term, obviously we have to work on the lines that are going to be producing the drugs, particularly so they can be made more stable. Stem cells have to be more stable. There have to be various developments that will make it possible for us to be sovereign. Thirdly, for these therapies, for rare diseases, for example, cell and gene therapy, and also to deal with a health crisis, we need new production means. We need to relocate, we need to be more flexible, and we have to have automated production, mobile production as well. That was something that was mentioned this morning, and it'll make it possible to pick up the challenges. Do you think that by pooling hardware and equipment with things open to third parties, this could contribute?
Yes, indeed, because we have lack of capability in some areas, and these developers working for third parties have a central role to play. That was recently highlighted because there's been a lot of investment, particularly in France, in these capabilities. It's a key role because it means this manufacturing can be pulled, and they need to be closer to technological platforms and hubs to benefit from this development, pass them on to others, as many as possible. Okay, thank you very much. My last question for you, Frank. In your view, what are the regulatory conditions that need to be provided to foster biotherapy and biomanufacturing technologies? Okay, here, when you compare countries and when you look at the European level, we see there's extreme regulation. What we're expecting is some benefits from the revision of pharmaceutics legislation. We don't want to be in the situation where in some places the GMOs are regulated when you have to produce cells that have been genetically modified, and depending which country you're in, things are different. So there are challenges here in terms of manufacturing and experimental sites, so when it's human trialing. So there are all sorts of layers of regulation that are complex and not standardized across Europe. France, unfortunately, is not a leader or champion when it comes to cutting red tape. So what everyone is expecting today is a simplification of all this and standardization across Europe, which would mean, as you were saying, that we could have biomanufacturing supplying Europe as a whole. So regulations need to be much easier to understand and predict. And all of these provisions have to be something you can trigger immediately, because that's one of the problems. The further you go through the stages of development, animal testing, then human testing, you realize that all of this is sequential, and it would be much more efficient if it could be triggered at the same time and get the authorization required. So I don't want to go into the details because it's extremely complex in many ways, and I'm sure it won't be of any interest to anyone, so I'll leave it at that. Yes, do you wish to add something? Yes, I wanted to pick up on a couple of things that were mentioned earlier and that are absolutely key. That's speed. So whether approaching it from technology, as Nancy was saying, there are lots of ways of helping us there and putting products on the market. It takes time So we need to move fast, and the regulatory framework is a key element. So if it takes longer for a clinical trial or register something innovative, your product will go elsewhere. Simple as that. This is a competitive environment. Things move faster. Technological innovations, and particularly in therapy, go at light speed, if I can put it that way. So if in Europe we can't come up with systems for manufacturing, registering, etc., we're going to miss out a lot of opportunities. There are a number of examples we could all point to, unfortunately. So I would say we need to get this organized so that we can move fast when there are opportunities and get products out in Europe for European patients. Thank you very much. Let's now turn this over to our audience. Is there anyone in the room who has a question, or is there anything that's come in from the chat online?
Dans la salle, voilà. Donc moi je.
Okay, here in the room, I've got one at least. Since we've talked quite a lot about data and how important that is, if we want to develop a manufacturing tool that's innovative and efficient, quite obviously we need information and data, and this has to be shared. How do you see that happening? Is there anything that you can tell from your own experience? Yes, I can talk to you about various projects. There was one which is called Calypso here in France recently, which is about producing data with new sensors to be fed into databases. It's very important to have that and make sure your sensors are standardized and shared, and that can provide information and help each other to improve. So that is being addressed here in France, in Europe in general, and we're working very hard on it. Yes, so when you talk about biomanufacturing, we're not talking about health data, but process data, something very different. So it's very difficult to share process data because that's proprietary. It's owned by the company concerned. But this is the very beginning when it comes to the acquisition of process data. Growing cells or preparing RNA or antibodies, it's all very different, but there are technologies now that enable you to look into cells and see what's happening in incubators or whatever. And it's very important that we don't drag our feet, because if we don't do it here quickly, it'll be done elsewhere. Okay, let me turn again to our audience here. Is there anyone with a question in the room? Well, a question has come in here. COVID showed the value of pooling efforts from biomanufacturing animal labs because we've seen what can be done, for example, vet biobank. So it's important that support for this area include animal biotech work. Any feelings on that? Yes, I'll take that. So biomanufacturing is highly agnostic. When you produce a vaccine for either animal or human pathologies, use the same technological processes. And that's true for all sorts of other therapies and things. So organizing an industry has to be done in such a way that it benefits those involved, and in particular those that use the technologies, whether it be in the field of animal or human health, quite clearly. But when it comes to directing and steering state aid, that's another. But when it comes to the way things are structured, and particularly in France, that's to say, how can you support biomanufacturing in France and make sure that we develop our capabilities and technologies and that manufacturers of technological solutions come and locate in France and Europe? It's agnostic, irrelevant whether it's animal or human. Okay, thank you. A couple of things on that. Firstly, it's true that there's a strong momentum here And we need to learn from each other on the animal and human health sides. In any case, I think that if the person asking the question doesn't know enough, they should join France Biolid and go along and see how this industry is organized, because it's a public-private enterprise that is getting organized, involving businesses, people from biomanufacturing, certified by the French project Grand Défi, and we have all of the health sectors and actors involved. So if you're interested, come and join us, because this is a project where we can draw on all of your capabilities. Thank you very much. So let me turn again to the people here in the room in Paris. Is there anyone with a question? Yes, not a question, but a comment about the animal sector. I agree with what the previous speakers said, but I've got something to say about speed, regulatory authorities, how fast they move. We know that there's a major break on biotech manufacturing. So I was wondering if there's anything that could help to speed all this up. This is really what is holding us back and preventing us from developing vaccines or other innovative drugs. We need to speed up, whether it be animal or human testing. Okay, well, you know, the French president last June announced a special health plan for 2030. That's what it's about. It's about the red tape and speeding up the process, but other things that have to come onto new legislations. And it's up to us in industry to get behind this so that we can bring forward proposals so that in our future legislation we do simplify things. But there will be legislative steps either at French or European level. In addition to what Frank says, there are two things here. There's the position of industry in the value chain. Now, I don't want to repeat this, but this is getting organized in France and other countries. So that's where you need to go and knock on the door, whatever your products, whatever the origin. But governments are getting involved as well through funding mechanisms, but not just that. You've probably heard about this human health, of course, about the Health Innovation Center, which I think is one of the government tools. This is France, of course, but you have similar things elsewhere, as we said this morning, in other European countries. And all of this is providing support, and we need to have a powerful drive accelerating this. So wherever you are, whoever you are, we need to speed up. And whether we're talking about finance regulation or certification, we need all this. You have to go around knocking on the various doors, but I hope we'll get there. Any other questions? Thank you. Questions or comments from the room?
Voilà. Donc,
if not, I think we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your questions. And this means we can already move on to our next and last workshop. Thank you all very much. A well-deserved round of applause for those people. So welcome back. Thank you for staying on to the bitter end. This is our fourth and last workshop of the afternoon. We'll be looking at health innovation, the challenge of valuing health data. So I have with me Stephanie Combi, who's Director of Health Data Hub, and Bernard Hamelin, who's co-founder of Eurasys Partners. So thank you for being with us. So, Stephanie, let me start with you. could you perhaps try to explain what the Health Data Hub is? What is it? How does it work? And what are you offering? Yes, thank you. A great pleasure. Thank you for inviting me here. Health Data Hub is the first health sector data hub. It's a very recent one. We've been around for 2 years. And what we're seeing is two phenomena here. We have health data for long-term projects, and also there's a increasing request for access to those data because everyone realizes how important to use that in the public interest. So the Health Data Hub is a public body designed to facilitate access and reuse of those data by doing three main things. So one-stop shop, administrative-wise, not very sexy, but it's often difficult to get authorization to process data, so we support people to do that, and that goes through to actual provision of data safely for any projects that require it. If they have necessary equipment, no problem. But in any case, we realize that for a number of actors, it's difficult. It's expensive to invest in such equipment profitably, so we can help them with that. And for example, what are the risks and opportunities so that businesses know what they should or shouldn't do? Well, maybe I could quote some example of the users. There's got a startup called Implicity, monitoring connected pacemakers, and what they've tried to do is say, well, there must be low signals in pacemaker data which would indicate cardiac failure going forward. So that enables them to anticipate and preempt these problems. To test all that, they will cross their own pacemaker data, the ones they're monitoring, say at their level, against hospital data coming from the National Health Service. The question is, where can you get both of those data sources? So it goes through us. Then there's health insurance expertise and our expertise that can help process the data. It sounds like it's easy, but it takes a long time to get good cross-reference data, and then we can provide support, data science, for instance, because data science is in our center that help them to do this online posting. So we've got about 50 projects in that category, but that gives an idea of the sort of hope that we can provide. So Bernard Hamelin, could you talk a little bit more about the needs of businesses here? Okay, well, let me start with something about the supply of care services. It's about why this sort of data hub can be very useful. Chronic disease are multi-factor, and when you start crossing clinical and genetic data, you start seeing pathologies very differently from the way we used to. Let's take diabetes, or where used to consider you've got type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Now, thanks to what's being done in various areas, we can identify profiles that will lead to terminal kidney failure, cardiovascular problems, and blindness. You could only identify things in that way if you use all the data. That's what HDH can do. It can process a long series of data. Why is it interest for businesses? Because it means that you can provide better data, patient support, and find out where objectives have been achieved. So that is something that is completely changing the way we do research into unsatisfied requirements. Next April, as part of the French Presidency, there will be a debate in the Parliament and the Council of personal health data. So what do you think this draft is going to offer businesses in terms of opportunity, and how does HDH get involved with that? Yes, I think it's a very important project because there are various things that need to be done to make sure that health data can be reutilized efficiently. we have to use things like the Health Data Hub, but it can't operate alone. There are regulatory issues that say what are the rules of the road in terms of data access. In France, it takes longer, perhaps longer than elsewhere, to get such authorization. And this is key for businesses, because if it takes 3 weeks in the neighboring country, whereas in your own, it's 18 months, they'll obviously go and locate in the other countries. That's very important. And there's also the contractual side of things that say even if you are authorized by the supervisory body in France, there might be other issues with the bodies that own the data. We talk a lot about NHS data with the insurance system in France, but we need to organize the data. There are data warehouses being set up, and what businesses will go looking for is to have a contractual framework that can be settled quickly, and so that it's very clear what the economic benefit can be. So you'd want a scale of fees and charges known to everyone so that you know exactly how much it will cost to access the data.
Another point where the European input would be useful is cybersecurity and data hosting sites. This is an issue that falls under the whole notion of sovereignty, but a high level of security with labels that have been introduced in France. It's vital that we have labels at European level and European considerations on this matter, because one of the issues in the text and our contribution to this work is our ability to share data between countries. So if one of the conditions of being able to hold data to comply with the whole series of rules of security, they must apply to the other countries too. What we're doing is that we have issued a call for tender with 15 partners, such as FinData in Germany, or in Germany they're setting up a similar setup, and European agencies such as the European Health Agency. And what we want to do is to prototype this common data space at the European level. I don't know whether our input will be accepted. If it is, then we can start working as of September and set up a sharing infrastructure of metadata, for instance, relating to identification of data of interest, forms to simplify the life of people who have projects so they don't have to fill out different scientific protocols in each of the country with different rules of the game each time, but in some cases where relevant to be able to have data travel to carry out certain projects. I'd like to come back to the idea of a single window. This is core, and the ability to have access to different sources. If an industrialist knows that they can have access to data which will help them then carry out their project, it will save time and it will lead to considerable simplification. What's the point of all of this? I'm going to give 2 examples to demonstrate how useful this is. In clinical research, there are countries that are very advanced in digitalization of their health data. It's possible to have pragmatic clinical trials with randomization and compare groups on the basis of the health data already in the databases without having to have observation forms, as is usually the case. There was a case in Finland a few years ago to compare the efficacy of a higher dose. This was a flu vaccine as compared to a lower dose. It was 120,000 patients that indicated that when the antigen dose was higher with older patients, it worked better. And it was also possible to identify benefits in terms of cardiovascular complications, which are not often described in such clinical trials when looking at flu vaccines, where the main complications are respiratory. This is significant because cardiovascular complications do occur. So having this option to carry out pragmatic clinical trials with a large number of subjects can accelerate observations that we couldn't do in France up until now, but were done in other countries. Thank you very much indeed. I'm now going to give the floor to the audience. Does the audience have any questions? Do we have any questions that have come in remotely? Shall we ask actually several questions? What are the right circumstances to guarantee fluid circulation of health data in Europe? There are technical issues that were mentioned earlier on, like data standardization. This is something that needs to be tackled because it's a huge drawback for the transfer of data. But there's also the regulations, the regulatory factor. The European Health Agency looks at rare illnesses, for instance, where there are very few patients. Their approach encourages industrialization to look at more closely at health data, and the more health authorities we have to measure access to local data and who take an interest in this kind of data to monitor the impact that this can have on their decisions, the more we'll be able to scale up the use of these platforms. Have we received a question in the meantime? Hello, Vincent de Camer from Bisings. I'd like to know your opinion about the reutilization of data for purposes of research, data from real life, and what could be collected through connected health objects. So it's a very vast topic. I'll begin. Data, real-life data, is data that a doctor registers when seeing a patient, but it's also data generated by patients themselves when they use applications or they have devices. So it's all of the data that is not in a standard clinical protocol, and there are lots of very different sources. Applying these data to research and development or to marketing is huge. It means that you can better document the benefits and the risks of drugs and also have a long-term follow-up of patients. There's a huge interest for the patient because they get better follow-up thanks to these platforms. For the industrialists, it means that they can bring out an innovative drug faster. Did you want to come in too? Yes. These solutions actually give rise to a number of problems because they come from so many different sources. For connected objects, it's hard to get the right variables to cross-reference with other sources, for instance. It's a technical challenge. If we rise to it, it's promising in terms of prevention as well. When we talk about the reutilization of health data, often we're thinking about improving tools for health professionals or evaluating drugs and the like, but prevention is short of data. And undoubtedly, with these new sources, we could enhance prevention before people actually get ill. We have a question sent in. What are the keys for success for initiative like the European data space, health data space, and what are the problem areas? Could you give a concrete example? I'll begin. Development plans. You can't have a development plan of a new drug in just one country. It's always over several countries. So when you're thinking about the development plan for a new molecule, you'll begin with considering where you could carry out clinical trials, in which countries, in the plural. If the European health space develops as we hope, this could facilitate data transfer or the transfer of tools that can effectively measure that data. This will make Europe more attractive and the various countries in Europe more attractive for clinical trials. Europe is about 15% of clinical trials at the moment, in fact even less, and would greatly enhance that share as compared to other parts of the world. How do you see the integration of all links in the chain to be more competitive? Honestly, I don't really know how to answer that question. It brings us back to what's already been said. I think you've got to have a driver for things to be put in place. You need the right prerequisites, preconditions. They could be common standards. This is something I've mentioned already. If we have standard contracts, clear common rules of the game, even at national level, but of course European level too, which is the next step. But even at national level, there are problems with data silos. That would be a huge step forward. And then if we had agencies that required these data within the frame of health product assessment, and everyone would have to be prepared to do that. There would be obstacles to overcome, but we would have to find solutions and integrate the various links in the chain. Question from the audience. In France, for a number of years now, measures have been taken to have healthcare professionals to do real-life data. But when it comes to assessing the relevance of the data produced, we're often told it's better to have clinical trials with placebo tests and control tests. Are other countries more advanced? How can we change the culture, the attitudes? Because otherwise, why would industrialists bother? After all, real-life data have to be treated as equally valuable for things to change. Well, of course, there are changes amongst agencies regarding real-life data. They were fairly reticent up until now, but there's a change in their attitude. The European Health Agency has announced the opening of their platform, Darwin. In France, there's a reconsidering of official attitudes. Some industrialists have been asked to describe how they think the methodology could change so that real-life data could be integrated into their considerations. I think that there are changes for the better occurring at the moment, even if it's not happening enough. Which countries are doing this as a matter of routine? There's one on the other side of the channel, the UK, which systematically uses real-life data, but so do Scandinavian countries increasingly. I think we're about average. Together with Germany. We're working on it at the moment anyway. Is there another question? We have a question that's been sent in.
Of regulation of software as a medical device for European startups so far. No. Okay. Est-ce qu'il y a une...
Are there any other questions? From the audience. There's been a lot of talk about public-private cooperation. Do you think that this is something that could bring about new models to use data better? There's a real challenge concerning the better use of data. I think everybody would agree to say that these data have very good potential value, but it's hard to identify exactly what. From our point of view, we look mainly at data that are generated by public players, at least initially. And actually getting an economic value out of public data is not so straightforward, in particular within the Data Governance Act in Europe, for instance, which is more aligned with the Open Data Directive. This was really focused on 100% anonymous data, so not personal health data. So perhaps having better economic models which don't just cover the costs of reutilization, because that's not really an incentive to invest in infrastructure. We have the impression that this model, which is limited to covering the costs of reutilization, will be extended to personal data. And we're going to have to be very innovative to find other ways of generating investment in databases. And the S-Data Hub, Health Data Hub, we're thinking about setting up a foundation which could be used to collect investments, to invest, because with the current idea of pricing, where that's not going to be very helpful. Thank you very much indeed. That's the last question. Thank you for being here today. Stephanie and Bernard, thank you very much indeed. Thanks to everybody for the questions. It's been a very busy day with an awful lot of information. And by way of conclusion, I'll give the floor to the Director General of the Directorate General of Enterprises. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank the ministers, the delegations of various member countries, the European Commission, and the representatives of the healthcare sector, and everybody who has spoken or taken part in these very fruitful exchanges throughout the day. I'd like to thank Paris Santé Campus, which has hosted this conference. It's a lovely setting. Today you covered three major subjects: the resilience of our supply chains as a prerequisite to have sovereignty in health, our shared strategic objectives and public support, and everything related to innovation and greening. I'd like to quickly come back to these three issues that you've discussed with some concrete examples. The first roundtable focused on, obviously, a major issue, which is resilience. So we need to have more resilience. We need to relocate health value chains back into Europe and have production capacities for the most critical products. You highlighted how dependent we had become. This was blatantly revealed by the pandemic, and we needed to find ways of solving this. In fact, we are working on this already with the European Capacity Building Programme and the European Recovery Programme, a number of concrete projects to bring back production capacity for critical products to Europe. In France, for instance, 1.7 billion euros have been invested. 800 million euros of public funding to relocate production capacity for 35 critical active principles. Other countries have done the same. I think that we all remember anesthetics and products used in ICUs. We realized that these were not being produced much in Europe. That was revealed by the pandemic, and we're going to try and solve this problem. And also collectively, we have set up PCR test capacity in Europe. There too, we're also going to be increasing vaccine production capacity in Europe. All of this has been done within the frame of the recovery plan, but we're going to continue with this with HERA, which will be a way of coordinating the effort to strengthen resilience. And in the second roundtable, you pointed out that this collective effort to boost resilience is more important than ever. We can see it with the current crisis in Ukraine. There are real problems regarding supplies, and we have to be vigilant and find a way to be more sovereign. The second issue is to have a shared European vision of our priorities regarding production of drugs and medical devices. The first solution here is innovation, and here too can play a major role in coordinating national efforts to develop the kind of treatment that we need. In France, we have a strategy of development, innovation, and production that specifically focuses on emerging contagious diseases and NRBC threats and provide concrete solutions to the risk of pandemics in the future, research and development, and also production capacity. And finally, we will have new treatments and production capacity and equipment and facilities so as to be able to cope with the future health crises. We have also got regulatory tools to help us become more resilient, and this is something that countries in Europe have to do together. For instance, when defining the pricing of drugs in France, we have borne in mind the objective of sovereignty, and also for hospital procurement, we've got a number of tools other than direct funding of projects can be used to stimulate the relocation of health product production and innovation in Europe. And of course, the IPCEI launched this morning will help to scale up these efforts of innovation and research with the gene and cell therapies, for instance, in treating cancers, but also antimicrobial resistant or the treatment of rare illnesses, which are part and parcel of collective objectives set within Europe in order to encourage R&D and also boost capacity, production capacity. And then third issue that was highlighted in many of the discussions, and Commissioner Thierry Breton in his introductory comments stressed this, how can we, together with healthcare industries, green our production chains? This can be done in many concrete ways. We've got examples of this in France, relocation of production of paracetamol, which went hand in hand with a real effort to green the whole of the production chain. Greenhouse gas emissions from the production will be cut to 5 to 10-fold, as will the pollution of waterways, thanks to this project. The IPCEI at European level will help us with this. It's the cornerstone of this European industrial policy in healthcare, and it will help develop industrial projects that better take on board in the objective of greening. Over and beyond financial support, which will be provided within the frame of the ICA, in the European health strategy, we need to take on board the idea of protecting the environment and social conditions as well when it comes to the production of health products. So this is a matter of consistency. Under the French Presidency, we are negotiating the package Fit for 55, which would make Europe the most ambitious continent in fighting climate change. In the health sector, too, we need to be very ambitious when it comes to protecting the environment. So it's a matter of consistency, but also of competitivity. And this is something that was brought up in the first round table. We need to have very high demands, because if we don't, there's always the risk of a competitive deficit, because environmental regulations in Europe and Asia present a huge asymmetry, and this leads to cost differential of 20 to 40%, or even more in some cases. So environmental policies have to be effective, and we want to have long-term relocation of production capacity to Europe. So we need to define the highest standards possible for all of the products that are used in the internal market in terms of health.
Well, we're reaching the end of the day, and there's been a lot in the way of discussion, thought, and work. I don't want to go on too much more, but I'd just like to say that I think today we've seen that there's a huge level of mobilization on the part of all of the member states, the Commission, industry, and all protagonists around this desire for health sovereignty, which I think is something that we all share. We've got an action plan, we've got a strategy that's clearly defined to get there, and I think that today's discussions have made a major contribution to the work as regards the implementation of the strategy. So I'd very much like to thank you all for your contributions.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Thomas Courbe, for the conclusion, which brings us to the end of this ministerial conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed the high-level discussions. I hope you've enjoyed the breaks, the different sessions, and I'm sure you've been involved in networking. I hope so, because it's a very important way for you to work together. And there are a lot of people present today. So thank you to all of the speakers, to all of the participants in the room, and also those who were online from afar. Thank you very much for your participation. It was a great pleasure for me to lead you through this. It's been a good day, and we've had particularly this signing of the manifesto for the health IPCEI. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Bye-bye.